Excellence in Learning Innovation.
The mountainous region of East Java. Where Majapahit once stood. Largest ancient kingdom. changing and opening slowly over hundreds of years. A historical city on the move. A celebration of remarkable heritage, grandeur of the past. Wondrous ancient architecture and the outstanding universal values behind. Where art absorbs the audience into colorful drama. Still, the exotic mesmerizes. Extraordinary feasts exhilarate. And bring us back to the land of the ancient mountains. A myriad of outdoor adventures. In exceptional panoramic nature. Exciting variety. This is a land of historical significance, where the old days are celebrated. Local cuisine is cherished. Beyond the city, preparing for a thrilling ride on the vast sea of sand in Bromo, East Java. Wonderful Indonesia.
When I met you in the summer. So get in the car, you can ride it wherever you want. Get inside it, and you wanna steer, but I'm shifting gears. I'll take it from here. Oh yeah, yeah. Take me by the tongue and I know you. Kiss me till you're drunk and I'll show you all the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves. Jagger. I don't need to try to control you. Look into my eyes and I'll own you with them moves like Jagger. I've got them moves like Jagger. I've got them moves like Jagger.
You wanna know how to make me smile? Take control on me just for the night. But if I share my secret, you're gonna have to keep it. Nobody else can see this.
It's a video.
It's a video?
Yes.
You know it's not the same as it was. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. You would not believe your eyes. 10 million fireflies lit up the world as I fell asleep. And if I can't be close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life. I miss you more than life. I'm in a field of dandelions, wishing on everyone that you'll be mine. Mine. And ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. Don't stay away, put it on, don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head, get you up and going. If the world was ending, you come over, right? You come over and you stay the night. Would you love me for the hell of it? All our fears would be irrelevant. Cold, cold heart, I'll stand by you.
Good morning, all participants. I hope you're still excited about this session. In Malang City is sunny days. I hope your country has a great weather too. Allow me to say welcome the 5th International Summer Course and Field Trip 2024. I'm your host today. This day we have great speakers and moderators. And I will announce to you, we apologize because we will still waiting the speakers. So I hope you on the screen for this session.
Welcome to Universitas Negeri Malang, UM.
Located in 3 different places, UM provides a comfortable environment for teaching and learning. The main and second campus are located in Malang, surrounded by educational facilities, places for recreation, sports, and business. The third campus is located in the same area as the Shrine of Soekarno, Indonesia's first president, in Blitar, East Java. Established on October 18, 1954, UM was born with the name University of Teacher Education or PTPG. In 1957, it became the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education or FKIP. Then, in 1963, it became the Teacher Training and Education Institute or IKIP. Finally, in 1999, it transformed into Universitas Negeri Malang, which is known to this day. Since its establishment until now, UM has established itself as one of the 12 educational higher education institutions and is included in the 15 best campuses in Indonesia. One of the visions and missions UM is to become a leading university and an authoritative center of excellence in the fields of science, technology, and education. UM develops a flexible, adaptable curriculum taught by teachers who guide students and provide skills for the future workforce. To become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, creators of better communities, and bring education to life. UM educates students across 9 faculties. UM also conducts special programs such as postgraduate program and teacher professional program. UM has been granted an unggulan or excellent by the National Accreditation Agency of Universities or 1PT. Furthermore, there are 4 study programs that have been assessed internationally by AUNQA. And more study programs are accredited by ASIIN and ACAS International Accreditation. As one of the reference universities and a center of learning innovation, UM continues to develop knowledge and scientific research by providing quality education and training. UM has also produced many research products that have the right patent, published internationally, and ready to be commercialized. In line with our new tagline, Excellence in Learning Innovation, UM is the house for top science and technology center in higher education in DLI or disruptive learning.
Okay, good morning to all participants. We will start the first session for this day. Before we start the first session, I invite all participants to turn on the camera and join our virtual photo session. The committee, please help with the photo session process. Okay, we will start the photo session. Slide 1 and slide 2. Thank you to all participants. And now I will invite the moderator for this session, Miss Elia. Hello, are you ready?
Hello, Miss Ellie. Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Ready for this session, Miss Elia?
For sure, I'm ready.
Okay, to Miss Elia, time is yours.
Thank you, Miss Ellie. Hello, good morning, everyone. I hope all of you are great today. And this is the third day from our summer course, and I hope you are still very excited with our program. And because today we have a great speaker from Malaysia, especially from UTM. Good morning, Dr. Ulmar.
Morning. Good morning, sorry. Hi,
Okay.
good morning, Ilya.
Yeah.
Yep.
How are you
Okay.
today, Doctor?
Alhamdulillah, I'm doing good. How about you?
Yeah, me too.
Good.
And I believe that all of us are great today. Okay, maybe I will read your short CV to encourage people in here to know more about you. Dr. Umar Hayat Abdul Kohar. He is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Management, Universiti Teknologi Malaysia. He was a deputy director at the UTM Center for Student Innovation and Technology Entrepreneurship, and also the head of Technology, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship panel at the faculty level. He take his PhD in MIT University, Melbourne, Australia, especially in management and entrepreneurship management. And then the Master of Business Administration in University Teknologi Mara. And he also have a lot of publication and also the research. I believe all of the experience that he have make it our session will be great for us. Okay, Doctor, time is yours. You can start to deliver your material.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ibu Ilya Kurniawati. Okay.
No, Ibu, Doctor, me.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much to the organizer for inviting me to this program. My name Omar has been informed by the what we call it, the organizer just now. Okay. So can I share my slide right now? Before that, can I know how many participants attending this program? About 30 plus, right? Can I get the confirmation?
Yeah, actually we have around 130, but it's still 39 that
Okay.
join with us. It's okay.
Okay.
It will
So
be
that means the
increased.
total number of participants would be around 100, is it?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, and then can I get some background of the participant? Are they actually all Indonesian or they actually coming from other countries as well?
No, we have several participants came from Malaysia, Philippines, and then Vietnam and Indonesia and some of countries.
Interesting. Okay. By the way, the topic that has been assigned to me basically pertaining to the digital transformation. Okay. So after discuss with the organizer, I actually choose to what we call it, put the title of my sharing session this morning, Business Opportunity in the Digital Era. So having said that, we actually want to see the context of to what extent digital era or perhaps like technology has transformed the business context, especially in the tourism sectors. Okay. So before I start, let me actually give you one picture. I want everybody to give me the comment. By the way, you can simply call me Pak Ngah because normally my undergraduate student address me as Pak Ngah. Okay, Pak Ngah, that means for the Malays, is actually referring to the second uncle. Okay, so I would love if you guys actually can stop me at any time. Pak Ngah, I actually have a question, so you can stop me. Okay, I wish I could actually speak Javanese, even though I actually have Javanese, half Bugis, but I couldn't speak both languages. Okay, maybe I just actually understand just what we call it Jawa Kasar, right? I mean, in Malaysia, many of the Javanese basically speak Jawa Kasar, but I couldn't speak both. Okay, so by the way, let me share with you this picture. So can I actually get the feedback from the participant here? What could you interpret from this picture? What is it? Okay, so this is something that quite interesting. Anyone? Okay, I want everybody to give you the comment. Okay, we have someone from Philippines. Okay, by the way, I actually visited Philippines about like how many years ago? 8 years ago. Okay, I went to Mountain Province, near to Baguio City. So this is actually like farming industry in that particular what we call it area. Okay, I went there at the Mountain Province in Philippines. So they're also having this kind like vegetable, but they actually do this kind like traditional farming. So what can you say about this? Okay, some of you say that using technology in farming, agro-technology, what else? Okay, and then agriculture and marketing. Okay, so if you try to look from this picture, so this is something that actually translate what is happening, because all this while, when we actually discuss about agriculture, we always actually assume this is like traditional. Okay, people going to actually use traditional ways, and then it's more like labor intensive. Okay, we actually hire a lot of laborers, but okay, in many countries, I mean in developed countries, for example, like Norway, okay, Denmark, okay, they have started to actually using this kind of technology. Indeed, okay, I have watched one documentary in which there's actually one greenhouse laboratory in Denmark. They can simply plant any vegetable around the world because they actually could simply, what we call it, mimic, okay, could simply change the weather, and also could simply use the technology to plant any kind of vegetable, okay? And indeed, if you try to look here, this is what we call as the adoption of technology through IoT, Internet of Things, okay? What is it? Okay, so there's actually some different. When we talk about IoT, it's not only using the internet, but also to what extent they're actually using this kind of hardware and software. If you try to look here, okay, they are actually using robotic, okay? So that means traditionally we actually hire laborers, okay, to water the plants or to water the vegetable. But nowadays, okay, as you can see, they can simply use robot, and then they can actually monitor, for example, like the level of moisture of the soil. So they can simply, what we call it, control this kind of robot, okay, to watering the plants. So that's why if you look here, what actually the impact? Can anyone share with me? The impact would be, we're going to say that, oh, it's actually going to reduce the number of laborers. Am I right? Okay. So this is something that quite, interesting to be discussed. Even like in Malaysia, we actually having this kind of problem. I mean, the young people, they do not want to, what we call it, work in the agriculture industry. For them, it's actually low tech, it's quite boring. But the moment we actually discuss about this, for example, like currently many of the farmers currently are using drone technology. Okay, if they want to actually fertilize this kind of vegetable, they can simply do it through a drone technology. So ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to actually give you this kind of ice breaking, I want to tell to you, even the traditional sectors like agriculture, they also actually transform, let alone any other sectors. Even the moment I'm actually speaking with you from Malaysia to Malang, I mean, to all of you here. So this is actually the evidence that using technology, we actually can, faster the process. We can actually, what we call it, approach, what we call it, business partners, so on and so forth. Okay. So having said that, the first key point that I want to share to all the participants here is actually, we need to understand economies are evolving away from flows of physical goods towards the flows of information. That's the reason why currently people basically say that information basically the new gold. So that means it's actually the source of wealth, okay? Those people who actually can control this kind of information, so they actually control the narrative. They actually knows what's actually, what we call it, being demanded by the customers. Okay, this is proven. For example, I actually just simply take a case of Malaysia, okay? As you know, nowadays, like in Malaysia, I mean in Indonesia as well, okay, many of us basically, buy things through online, okay? Like Indonesia, I believe the most popular, what we call it, the most popular e-commerce platform or marketplace would be like, you guys using Shopee, right? Shopee, and then Bukalapak, okay? And then previously you have like Tokopedia, but currently merged with Gojek, right? Jadi Goto. It's actually become Goto. Like in Malaysia, the first or the pioneer e-marketplace that actually started the business of distributing product through online, basically Lazada. Okay, Lazada is actually the first big companies that actually came, and Lazada wasn't actually formed by Malaysian. It's actually formed by German entrepreneurs. Okay, German entrepreneurs. Okay, so what happened? There's actually newcomers called Shopee. Do you guys know Shopee from which country? Anyone can guess Shopee from which country? Okay, Shopee from Singapore. Okay, Shopee from Singapore. Okay, so basically, the founder of Shopee by the name of Forrest Lee. Okay, so basically, he actually using this kind of analytic, what basically the behavior of Southeast Asian customers, especially like in Malaysia as well as Indonesia. Okay, because previously, when Lazada started this kind of platform, they actually just simply adopt the model that has been adopted by many European countries. I mean, when it comes to this, for example, like they actually require a formal establishment of business, and then they actually actually demand like payment through credit card. You got it, okay? In which during that time when Lazada actually introduced this kind of what we call it e-marketplace, it's actually quite minimal number of customers have access to credit cards. You got it. So that's the reason why they actually don't use it. So what basically been introduced by Shopee in order to basically control the Southeast Asian market is basically introducing number one, COD, cash on delivery. Number two, they actually know the concern of customers, whereby how about the protection? That's the reason why Shopee basically introduced guarantee. So that means if the buyers buy the product, so they're actually being protected. Okay, so by having this kind of what we call it knowledge or information pertaining to the behaviors of customers, so that's the reason why Shopee able to become one of the prominent what we call it e-marketplace players in Malaysia. I'm going to say in Malaysia because in Malaysia you have a lot of competitors. Am I right? Okay, but in Malaysia, yes, we actually for now Shopee basically dominated this kind of business, including like Singapore. So that's the reason why they're actually doing better. Okay, so having said that, ladies and gentlemen, whenever we actually want to do the business, for now, one of the what we call it quite crucial things that we actually need to possess basically information or knowledge. So people basically are speaking in terms of, you know, data analytics, and then perhaps like we're having this kind of database that going to actually help us to strategize our action or business. Okay, we go next. So this is the reality check right now, because for now we cannot actually deny we actually living in the what we call it emerging economy, which is global. So that means, for example, you know, everyone actually can do the business. Okay, as long as we actually allow this kind of like, the flow of goods, okay, through this kind of what we call it internet. So that's why we actually going to say that we actually more globalized than before, and it's totally driven majorly by digital technology. And then as we speak, for example, the world has become a global village. Yes, that's true. For example, like previously when we actually buy things online from China, maybe it took like 1 month. But for now, I just actually take my recent example. It just take like less than 1 week, okay? Or perhaps like the most duration that I normally get my item if I actually buy from China is like 2 weeks. So that means it's getting much more easier. And having said that, digital technology become the major drivers of economic growth. So regardless of industry, for example, in this course, I believe that we actually focusing on tourism. Yes, later Pak Ngah going to share with all of you how basically digital technology has transformed the tourism industry, not only Indonesia, not only Malaysia, but also all over the world. Okay, so what is digital economy? So we actually need to understand when we speak in terms of digital economy, so it's not only, you know, having this kind of digital technology or equipment. It's actually comprised a lot of factors. Number one, we actually need to consider people who actually going to, for example, develop the technology. Okay, so that's the reason why. And recently, people are so concern pertaining to the impact of AI, artificial intelligence, in which, many of the activities could be simply simplified by AI. Okay, for example, like among the lecturers for now, we actually having this kind of problem, how to detect the work from students basically not coming from ChatGPT. So that's the thing that actually become the concern of the lecturers. But here, when we talk about this kind of what we call it trends, we know that, okay, AI going to replace people. AI basically going to reduce the number of manpower or talents. Yeah, it's true. But the thing like this, Okay, many of the experts going to say that no, AI basically not going to replace human or talents, but people with the knowledge of AI going to replace that. So having said that, though you're actually coming from business background, you're coming from, non-technology or non-IT, it's quite crucial for you to have this kind of like, AI kind of like knowledge, okay? And then number two, businesses. Number three, data. Yes, okay, that's the reason why AI requires a lot of big data, devices, as well as processors. And I believe for now, you as a young generation, you actually being blessed with this kind of smartphone, okay? During my time, I remember, okay? I believe you do not know what is floppy disk. Do you know it's floppy disk or diskette? Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever heard the, what we call it, computer, what we call it, device or equipment called diskette or floppy disk? Have you ever heard that? Okay, during my time when I did my undergraduate, okay, I just want to give you the experience, okay? So for example, if I want to submit assignment to the lectures, I'm going to actually, we call it burn, okay? We actually going to keep the data on the floppy disk. And then during my last year at the university, so I remember, okay, during that time whereby what we call it, the thumb drive, okay, pen drive or thumb drive basically just recently commercialized in the world. So that means some people basically using that. And as we speak, during that time, it's quite expensive for us to buy pen drive, okay? For instance, with the pen drive with the capacity of 256 megabyte, okay? Not gigabyte, I'm talking megabyte. The price of that particular device during that time is about 200 to 300 ringgit. Okay, so that means it's damn expensive. For the students, we can't afford to buy that, okay? Unless you're coming from a wealthy family. So having said that, okay, this kind of thing has been replaced. Nowadays, guys, if I ask you right now, how do you keep your data? Can you actually write down on the chat box? Pak Ngah just want to know, how do you keep your data? Okay, for example, like your assignment, your, what we call it, your thesis work. So how do you keep that? Can anyone, I want everyone to share with me. Do you actually keep on iCloud, Google, what we call it, Google Drive? Okay, so give your feedback. I want to know, where do you keep your data? Okay, some of you Google Drive. What else? Google Drive. Okay, good. Is it Hani Masrura? You referring to InDrive? Is it like OneDrive? I'm not pretty sure because yeah, because there are a lot of drive. Okay. Okay, so some of you using cloud, I believe those of you using cloud, most probably you are iPhone or Apple users. That's the reason why you're using cloud. Save it on file, keep it in a sorted folder on the PC. Okay, so that's the thing that perhaps you actually need to be very particular when it comes to this. For example, like for now, one of the main concerns that we actually talking not only pertaining to the storage or the capacity of the Google Drive or cloud storage, but also to what extent it's actually safe. Because for now, as we speak, a lot of what we call it cyber crime is actually happening. Okay, we talk about cybersecurity. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the reason why when we talk about the economy, it's not only doing the business through digital platform. No, it's actually comprised a lot of components. Okay, so we actually going to go through this at least to get some what we call it insights. Okay, how basically this kind of what we call it knowledge could be embedded in the tourism sectors. Okay, so we go next. So as we speak, so this is the main component of digital economy. Okay, for example, like it's involved electronic, digital skilling. This is something quite important. Digital skilling, sharing economy, IoT. Okay, in which is totally create a new ways of doing business or new way of life indeed. Okay, so the number 2 key point in the future, which is as we speak. Okay, business environment is quite dynamic. It can be changed overnight, actually. Okay, technology is developing very fast. Okay, competition in the business is becoming stiffer. Yes, that's true. Okay, so that's the reason why, as we speak, Indonesian government, as we speak, recently banned or perhaps did not allow TikTok shop to be operated. Am I right? What's basically the reason? Okay, so basically, as we speak, this is the good or initiative taken by Indonesian government because they want to protect the local business players. For example, like in Indonesia, you guys have like Tokopedia or perhaps like Bukalapak. And recently, I know that you have what they call it, Ajaib, is it? This is one of the marketplace, okay, beside basically Shopee from Singapore. Okay, like Malaysia, we don't have this kind of local platform. No, we don't have that. Okay, so still the main players basically Shopee. And currently, as we speak, one of the key players in Malaysia basically Lazada. But Lazada currently owned by Alibaba. Okay, so that's the reason why one of the ways for Alibaba to extend their business operation is through the acquisition of Lazada in the Southeast Asia. Okay, so we're going to actually discuss of this because as we speak, yes, a big company also sometimes they couldn't actually sustain the business due to the dynamic environment in the business. Okay, for example, later I'm going to discuss about Grab, but before we discuss about Grab, ladies and gentlemen, let me discuss about Uber. Okay, as we speak, Uber basically one of the giant, okay, ride-sharing companies in the world, but eventually this company couldn't sustain its operation in the Southeast Asia due to the fierce competition from Grab as well as Gojek. So that's the reason why I believe it's actually somewhere around early 2018, if not mistaken, or 2017, Uber decided to exit Southeast Asian market, but they actually have some share in Grab. Okay, so that means they decided to exit South Asian market, even though they actually become the pioneer. As we speak, Uber basically one of the pioneer of ride-sharing companies in the world as well as in the South Asia. Okay, so the history like this: when Uber comes in, Gojek still not exist yet. Okay, and then Grab still not exist yet. Okay, but because of the business model introduced by Uber, so that's the reason why Grab come into picture, and eventually Uber couldn't sustain the business and exit, but in return, they actually have some share in Grab business. Okay, so as we speak, yes, this is something that quite interesting to be discussed. How fast basically customers or users could simply adopt a new technology. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, so this is actually to show to you, okay, the type of technology or innovation and how fast basically this kind of innovation or technology could actually gain 50 million users. Okay, so as we speak, as you can see here, okay, like a telephone like took 50 years, ATM 18 years, YouTube 4 years, and Pokemon Go simply took about how many days? 19 days. So this is actually to show to you how fast basically the young generation could actually adopt the new technology. So having said that, adoption of new technology is basically a must, regardless of your status. Okay, even for now, okay, Pak Ang going to say that I'm actually consider moving towards senior citizen status. Okay, so I actually felt that, for example, like previously I'm teaching marketing, okay? I'm teaching entrepreneurship at the university, okay? When I completed my PhD, one of the things that I started to venture into is to actually attending many programs in Facebook. So that means I want to know how basically we can use Facebook as the medium of business. And then after that, I attended another course, okay, how to develop website, using WordPress. I also attended like what we call it using Instagram. And for now, I'm going to actually surrender. The moment TikTok comes in, my goodness, there's actually a new thing for me. You got it, okay? So I believe that this is something that perhaps going to actually, you know, put some kind of dynamism in the business sectors as well as in the tourism sectors, okay? So because, but whether we like it or not, okay, we need to adopt this. If not, we're actually going to be left behind. So this is something that you as a young people need to embrace this kind of what we call it technology or innovation. Okay, so before I go further, let me share with you pertaining to the global digital headlines. Okay, so for now, ladies and gentlemen, there are about like 8 million number of population all over the world. Quite what we call it is actually quite big number. Okay, and then when we try to zoom into the cellular mobile connections, okay, so that means we can see here is actually more than 100%. So that means perhaps some of you might have like 2 phones. So that's the reason why the number is basically more than 100%. Okay, and then as we speak, yes, not many people around the world basically got the access to internet. As we speak, yes, that's true, because I remember when we actually hit by pandemic, okay, and then the school, university started to adopt this kind of e-learning or online class, okay. There are few students who actually living in a remote area in Malaysia, they couldn't actually attend the class because in their village, they don't have internet access. You got it, okay? So that's why, like around the world, it's about like only 66% of people basically could actually get access to internet. Okay, so we must actually acknowledge this. So that means that about like, if you try to look here, about 34% of people could actually, you know, gain internet connection later. So this is actually to show to you, digitalization basically provide a lot of opportunities. Okay, it's not only now but also in the future. Okay, so and since I'm from Malaysia, so that's the reason why I want to make comparison. Okay, how many of you here from Malaysia? Can I know how many of you here, the participants from Malaysia? Because of this, many Malaysians, they actually do not aware how big the number of Indonesian population. Okay, they're going to say, oh, it's like, you know, maybe like double from Indonesia. Okay, so many of us, I mean, many of Malaysians basically not aware how big, okay, the Indonesian population, and this is actually representing the potential of nation to become like one of the, you know, powerful nation in the world. Even I remember when I actually read a book called The World is Flat back in 2005 or 6. This is actually one of the best-selling book. Okay, it's actually speaking pertaining to some prediction. Okay, even interestingly, on that particular book, they actually predicted that during that time, 2005 to 2006, they said that China will become one of the most powerful nation. It's true. It's actually becoming reality right now. And then one of the countries that been cited, basically Indonesia, because you guys have a lot of population. And for now, Indonesia basically have the increasing threat of middle income population. So that means, you know, in terms of business, in terms of knowledge development, Indonesia have a lot of potential. Okay, so as we speak, okay, can I know how many of you from Malaysia? Anyone from Malaysia? Anyone? Miss Elia, anyone from Malaysia?
Yes, from the data, we have around 70
Okay,
students from
so
Malaysia.
can I actually ask, okay, do you know how many population in Malaysia? Malaysia is quite small, let alone Singapore lah, okay? Singapore just simply a dot on the world map, okay? But they're actually a developed country. Okay, as we speak, okay, Malaysia for now have about like 34 million people, okay? And then Indonesia has about 275 million, if I'm not mistaken, around 280 million. Am I right? Okay, so that means when we try to compare the ratio, one Malaysia equivalent to about like 9 Indonesian. You got it. So that means Indonesian have a lot of potential when it comes to the manpower or labor. Okay, let alone when we talk about Philippines. Okay, anyone from Philippines? I believe Philippines about 90 million plus. Anyone from Philippines can confirm me? Okay, so this is actually to make the comparison because of what? Because this is to show to you the potential of doing business in the Southeast Asia. Okay, but Indonesian government is quite protective. That's why, for example, like it's not easy for Malaysian businessmen to penetrate to Indonesia, especially when they want to sell some product, because as simple as when we talk about both countries basically are Muslim dominated countries, okay, and we actually require halal. For example, like Indonesian government not actually recognize halal from our country. So we need to actually apply from the Indonesian government. So having said that, Indonesian is quite protective when it comes to what we call it, protecting their local companies. Okay, so as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, so I want to make some comparison. So this is actually based on digitalization. Okay, so when we talk about this, Malaysia have 34 million, as I actually informed to you right now. But for Indonesia, it's about right 280 million lah, 280 million or 278 million. Okay, and then and when we try to look in terms of possession of phone, is quite, you know, is quite similar, in which, you know, most of countries, I mean, both countries have more than 100%. Okay, and then when we try to look in terms of internet access, Malaysia is actually when we talk about this individual using the internet, for Malaysia, as we speak, is almost saturated, 97%. But Indonesia basically have 66.5%. So that means, again, around like 34 or 33% of Indonesian basically still could get access to internet. So if Indonesian government basically try to actually, extend this kind of facilities, I believe it's going to provide a lot of opportunities in doing the business. Trust me. Okay, that's why there's a lot of untapped opportunities or potential for Indonesian government. Okay, and then so this is actually the comparison. Okay, let alone when we talk about social media. So like Malaysia have 83%, Indonesia have 49.9%. So this is actually the statistic that provided by We Are Social. So one of the most comprehensive data pertaining to the digital, what we call it, information. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, as we speak, this is actually based on the current data. But if I actually going to ask you, okay, how actually, if social media, for example, like for now, I trust that many of the youngsters, you are using TikTok. Okay, if I'm asking right now, how many of you here basically using TikTok as your main social media? Put number 1 on the chat box. But if you actually use other than TikTok, put number 2. I just want to make a very quick survey. Okay. For me, I'm not TikTokers. It's quite rare for me to use TikTok. That's why I'm old senior citizen, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So I want to know how many of you here actually use TikTok as your main social media? Put number 1. But if you're actually using other than TikTok as your main social media, put number 2 on chat box. Okay, I want everybody to put it. Oh, okay. Okay, I trust okay, come on, everyone. This is like how many? I want to get, you know, at least 30 responses, okay, from you guys. Oh, you are not using TikTok as your main. Okay. Can I get, okay, while I'm actually waiting for Adi to give the feedback, can Pak Nga actually ask you, can someone, okay, can I actually get feedback from Janzil Morel, okay, what basically your main social media? I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. What's your main social media? Are you using Instagram?
Yes, I use
Oh,
Instagram.
yes. Okay, yes. But you are not using Facebook, right? Are you using Facebook? Okay, for young people, it's quite rare
Yes,
for them to use
Facebook is
Facebook.
my second.
Sorry?
Facebook is my second main social
Second
media.
main, okay, second main, okay. Like Pak Nga, because Pak Nga basically a senior citizen people, okay, my main social media would be Facebook. Second, Instagram. And the least thing that I'm actually going to use, basically TikTok. Okay, I try to use because I want to actually at least have some knowledge with the young generation. But trust me, it's totally different. What we call it, different game. Okay. Yes, as we speak, I believe. Interestingly, not many of you using TikTok, okay, because I trust maybe some of you using TikTok as main, but I trust number 2, most probably you are using Instagram. Okay, if we try to look here, for example, like if Facebook become a country based on the registered number of users, so how big the country would be? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's going to see the number of registered users. So this is based on the latest data this year. Okay, Facebook for now, they actually have about like 3 billion number of registered users. It's quite big. Okay, and secondly, they actually secondly basically YouTube, and then WhatsApp, Instagram. Okay, so that means if you try to look the numbers, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram basically under one umbrella or one company called Meta. Okay, and then they have to and then we have another one like YouTube basically under Google, and then the parent company for Google basically Alphabet. Okay, TikTok, so this is something that quite interesting as we speak. So it's not actually maybe we also need to alert of this. Okay, as we speak, for now, okay, TikTok basically face a lot of challenges from US government. Okay, so this is something that quite interesting because it's not only involved from the what we call it from the business perspective, but also the thing like this. We actually involved in the what we call it the Cold War between China and the US. Okay, as we speak, for example, like US definitely the main product like Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, Instagram, all basically under Meta, as well as except YouTube basically under Google or Alphabet. Okay, so basically like TikTok basically under, if not mistaken, what we call it, what the name, ByteDance company, which is actually like what we call it an umbrella under Douyin. This is another platform by what we call it TikTok, okay, but it's actually for Mandarin speakers. Okay, so if you try to look here, TikTok basically, you know, facing this kind of threats, okay, due to the fact that the US government, wants some kind of justification to what extent, this kind of, what we call it, the data basically secured to be kept by TikTok companies, okay, and then I believe it become viral, in which the CEO of TikTok basically need to, answer the question from the US Senate, if I'm not mistaken, okay, or US Congress. So a lot of things basically happen. But the thing like this, ladies and gentlemen, this kind of social media basically quite powerful because of what? If you try to look here, Facebook, if they become country, they actually become the largest country in the world if they have like 3 million of population. Okay, 3 billion of population. Sorry, 3 billion of population. Because, okay, if I ask you right now, which country basically has the highest number of population in the world? Can anyone share with Pak Nga? Which country in the world right now basically become the largest company in terms of population? Anyone? Do you understand my questions? Okay, which country in the world basically has the largest or has the highest number of population? Just now we actually speaking pertaining to Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia. But which one is the largest? Let me see. Okay, Elias said China. Alfie said China. Are you sure? Okay, because try to look again. The current data actually have recorded India has surpassed China pertaining to the number of population. Yes, that's very true. Is it Dr. Haslinda here? Okay, so it's true. Okay, for now, based on the latest data, 2024, India actually has, become the champion. I mean, has surpassed China in terms of the number of population. Because for now, China has like 1.4, India also have 1.4. As we speak, yes, China basically, though they have many, but their birth rate basically quite low because previously the country adopted like one-child policy. So that's the reason why the number of kids not so many. And then for now, many China, they actually go into industry, they become workaholic, and then they don't have like so many kids. But compared with India, yes, they have many. Okay, so that's the reason why the latest, if not mistaken, you can check the fact. Okay, the largest country in the world in terms of population, basically India right now. Okay, so for example, like India in India and China, if we try to combine both countries, it's about like 2.8 billion. Okay, which is the number of users on Facebook still actually exceeded the number of population in China and India. And ladies and gentlemen, you must remember the social media like Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram are prohibited. You cannot actually use it in China. Okay, China didn't allow their citizens to use this kind of social media. Okay, so this is actually like I said, like a Cold War. Okay, so if you try to look here, yes, could you imagine if suddenly like China actually started to open their policy and then allow their citizens to use Facebook, I believe the number of 3 billion might be increased maybe like to 4 billion. Okay, so having said that, so that's the reason why this number basically not show the potential of doing the business. Like Pak Angan said just now, it's also involved with this kind like to what extent we can control the information. One of the things, so let me share with you, one of the things why the US basically quite afraid with the emergence of TikTok is because of if TikTok become, the largest, the main social media, so that means they actually become one of the powerful tool to control the world narrative. So that means the informations could be simply what we call it disseminated to other people easily. Okay, if we try to remember, ladies and gentlemen, we try to look pertaining to the Arab Spring. Do you know how basically Arab Spring started? It's totally from Facebook. Okay, so this is to show to you the power of social media, not only to control the business but also control the world. So during Arab Spring, many of the top leaders in the Arab countries basically being toppled by the citizen, by the people, because they actually have the information. Okay, they actually have the information to disseminate this kind of ideology, so on and so forth. So this is something that quite benefited by many big countries. Okay, and then those political party that could control the social media like Panggil said, they control the narrative, and eventually not only business, but also they can control how which people or which party could be in power. Okay, let's go next. Okay, so this is basically the favorite social media platform. Yes, I believe this is quite in line with you guys. I trust that many of you love to use Instagram. Okay, so yes, that's true. But trust me, sooner or later, maybe I believe TikTok might be actually surpassing this kind of what we call it numbers, because previously like Facebook become the dominant due to the fact that my generation love to use Facebook, but your generation for now, they have like mixed. Some of you love to use Instagram, some of you started to become TikTokers. Okay, so again, we also need to know pertaining to the, what we call it, to the type of users according to the age. This is quite interesting, ladies and gentlemen, because of what? Okay, if you want to do a business, so you actually normally going to advertise on social media, because many of us going to say that, oh, this is like zero cost marketing, we can use social media. But trust me, okay, social media marketing is not zero cost marketing. You still need to, what we call it, bear some cost. At least your time is actually the cost that you actually need to spend. Okay, so when we talk about this is actually the recent numbers. Okay, so those people who actually at my age, okay, I actually in the range of 35 to 44 actually, okay. So most probably if you want to actually promote some product to my generations, okay, and then this is actually what we call it male, I'm male, okay. So that means you actually need to use WhatsApp, okay, or Facebook, okay. So this is actually quite interesting kind of facts, okay. So that means you couldn't simply use TikTok, because my generation just about like 5.4% only using TikTok. So that means majority of our generation, so that means those people in this kind of cohort or age basically mainly use WhatsApp. Sorry, okay, WhatsApp. So that's why if you actually have a product, okay, so that means, for example, you want to promote your product like tourism product. So who are basically the main tourists that you want to attract? Okay, so having said that, you should know who are your targeted customers or intended or priority audience. So having said that, you should know, okay, which one basically quite interested. So this is something that perhaps you actually could do not only through the survey, but for now, many people basically using analytics. Okay, so that means they can simply know how many people basically like those kind of page or social media, and then from this kind of age, they know how to target the customers. Okay, so if you want to actually target, for example, like you're selling like, you know, women apparels or busana muslimah, for example, okay, so but you actually want to sell it at affordable price, so that means maybe your target would be like youngsters. So having said that, if you want to target that, so normally you need to use Instagram. So this kind of data is quite easy, but it's actually quite powerful. It's going to show to you, okay, what are the criteria, okay, of social media that you should use according to the age. Okay, so the key point number 3 that I'm going to share is pertaining to this. Ladies and gentlemen, what happened, okay, during pandemic totally changed our life. Okay, because it's actually pushed us to use digital technology. For example, like online teaching, online learning, online payment, everything. Okay, so having said that, this kind of pandemic, yes, it's actually bring some sad stories to certain people, okay, but it's totally pushed, okay, the business sectors into a new era of business, because it's created a landscape that will continue to encourage innovation, technological adoption. Yes, that's true. Okay, so having said that, what actually has been transformed, for example, when we talk about digital economy, is actually based on shared services. Later, Pak Angah going to share about what we call it sharing economy. Okay, and then having said that, for example, like you do not need to own some kind of asset, even though you actually operate in the kind of industry. For example, when we talk about like, you know, logistic, okay, companies, okay, as we speak, for example, like Uber basically become the logistic company in the world, but they don't actually have a lot of cars or as well as vehicle. Why? Because this is actually based on shared shared services, okay, or we could simply call it like sharing economy or platform economy. And then the lower entry barriers to most businesses, yes, making instrument of innovation and production available to many, that's true. Okay, so for example, like for now, okay, many of us basically could simply do business, okay, because it's totally easy. Okay, for example, like maybe you can simply advertise if you just actually become like, a newcomer, so that means you want to try selling some product, your previous item, maybe you can try to use Facebook Marketplace, maybe, because this is actually for local kind of like advertisement, okay? And then if you really started to business, you started to actually form your page, okay, your Facebook page, and then maybe you use Instagram. Ladies and gentlemen, even though TikTok basically rising as the one of the platform for doing business, but for now, based on the data, it still show that, okay, many of the people who buy product, basically they use Facebook. Because of what? Because my generation basically have more purchasing power than the younger generation. So that's the reason why people still need to use Facebook in order to advertise, because those people who actually have more purchasing power still at our generation, which is using Facebook, okay? And then businesses can access opportunities beyond their immediate geolocation. That's quite beautiful because of what? Okay, you as sellers, okay, not only could simply market your product in your country, but also you can market your product to other countries. Okay, for example, like if you are using Shopee, okay, so you can simply buy product. For example, like for myself, I can simply buy product from Indonesia. I can simply buy product from China. So that's actually provide a lot of opportunities for the entrepreneurs or sellers. Okay, so this is actually totally bring to the rise of digital entrepreneurship. Okay, so that means all over the world, when we talk about this, yes, it's impact to many sectors because it's referring to the smart application of the power of this technology to the business. Okay, so when we talk about this, whether we like it or not, we need to adapt information technology. We need to adopt AI for now, for example, okay? Because of what? Because this is something that is happening, okay? We cannot actually say that I don't want to actually embrace this. Trust me, you're going to be left behind, okay? Even for me, for example, when we talk about this, I remember when I actually observed myself when I was a student, okay, when senior lecturers, veteran lecturers came to the class, and then they actually want to use computer, they face difficulties. This is what we call as techno stress, okay? Because they don't actually used to use this kind of technology. So this is happening to me. When I want to use TikTok, I felt that, wow, there are so many things I need to learn, okay? Though some of you might say that, it's very easy, Pak Nga, because you can simply edit through CapCut, so on and so forth. But for me, it takes ages of time, okay? Because it's not kind of what we call it, my skill, okay, for me to use that. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you some stories. Okay, when we talk about this, I believe, okay, when we talk about social media, have you ever heard a social media called Friendster, MySpace? Have you ever heard of this social media or social networking sites? We call it Friendster. Have you ever, some of you might actually, if you know it, so that means you actually whether embrace with the knowledge, or perhaps you are all like myself, okay? Because Friendster is basically one of the pioneers. What happened to Friendster, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, I remember in 2005, 2006, I actually used Friendster. Okay, I'm not young, okay? I'm more than 40s, by the way. Okay, so speaking of this, I'm using Friendster, and after that, I'm using MySpace. Trust me, MySpace is quite interesting compared than Facebook, because we can simply, what we call it, we can simply edit, we can simply modify our page, okay? We can make it blinking, we can actually put like wallpaper on MySpace, but unfortunately, Facebook did better. Okay, so that's actually bring some threats to this kind of pioneers of social networking sites, and eventually Friendster's totally gone. Even though they try to survive, they're gone. Okay, because they don't really listen to the, what we call it, to the needs or requirement. They don't really actually want to change. Okay, and MySpace still exists, but they actually pivoting their business into another sectors. If you try to Google MySpace, okay, they actually doing something related to music industry. Okay, so Mark Zuckerberg. So this is quite interesting because the idea started from the universities. Okay, Okay, so when he was a student, so if you try to actually read some book about Mark Zuckerberg, you watch the documentary. The idea is quite interesting because it started basically, I'm going to say like this. Facebook, basically, I'm going to say that you can read the facts, okay? You can actually read the history of the formation of Facebook. It's actually based on stolen ideas, unfortunately, okay? Mark Zuckerberg, he became popular because during that time, he actually introduced like a one portal called Fast Match, if I'm not mistaken. So it happened to be he actually being down by his girlfriend. He felt frustrated. So what he did, he actually made like a portal. The Harvard University student could simply give some kind of rank for the girl at Harvard. So it's become actually phenomenal, and the server at Harvard crashed. So he become popular at Harvard because of his what we call it portal, okay? And then he actually being approached by Winklevoss twins. You can read the information. So this kind of twins basically approach him. Okay, why not if you want to actually make this kind of like networking sites like this and that, okay? So what happened? Mark Zuckerberg went back to his hostel. He didn't. He said that he want to reconsider. He want to consider the offer or the invitation from these twins, Winklevoss twin, but eventually he didn't actually what we call it accept the invitation, but he made on his own. So he formed this kind of business together with other friends by the name of The Facebook at the beginning. And then due to this kind of scenario or story, that's the reason why the twin basically sued him in the court, and they actually make a settlement outside of the court. So having said that, I'm going to say that Facebook initially started from a stolen ideas actually. Okay, so yes, but for now, Facebook become, a big corporation. They control so many kind of things. They control the narrative. They know who you are. So this is something that perhaps you actually need to remember. Not everything I'm going to actually say as what we call it, old people, okay? Do not share everything on Facebook. Do not share everything on what we call it social media. Try to actually make some kind of privacy, because this is something that perhaps going to impact us, not only in the next 10 years, but maybe for our entire life, because this is something that perhaps people are talking pertaining to the digital footprint. What happened after we die, for example, how basically our data should be kept. And, people basically could simply take our data and could simply, produce something that could simply mimic our, what we call it, behaviors. This is something that quite interesting but dangerous for me. Okay, so this is another kind of story, which is Uber. Yes, so Pak Ngah already shared with you about Uber, but in Southeast Asia, I'm not sure, maybe someone from Philippines can share with Pak Ngah, okay, what basically the main what we call it, ride sharing services in your country. For Malaysia, our main ride sharing services would be Grab. Okay, for Indonesia, I'm going to say Gojek. Okay, this is quite interesting for us to discuss the history of Gojek and Grab, because both of them are started by a very bright talent, and they actually pitched the idea at the university, again from Harvard. Okay, so this is actually the founders of both what we call it, impactful technology company in the Southeast Asia. Okay, by the name of Anthony Tan. He was Malaysian before, okay? So his grandfather basically one of the big successful businessmen in Malaysia, because his grandfather hold the license of what we call it, Nissan distribution in Malaysia. Okay, they have like Tan Chong Motor Industry, Tan Chong Motor Holdings. Okay, so that's actually founded by his grandfather. Okay, both of them, as we speak, are basically were classmates. They actually graduated from Harvard. Okay, so when Anthony went back to Malaysia, okay, he actually not directly started Grab immediately. No, what he did, because when he was at Harvard, okay, he pitched an idea to actually come up with a platform or an app called My Taxi, because he claimed that in Malaysia it's quite challenging or problematic to get taxi services. Okay, so when he went back, okay, he actually, of course, he actually worked with his grandfather business as the head of marketing, but he still want to actually, make his dream into reality. He quit his job as the marketing manager of that company, and then he started My Taxi. Okay, in 2011 or 12, but trust me, it's not actually successful. Because of what? Because during that time, 2012, that means about like more than 10 years ago, not many people are quite convinced to use digital apps. Okay, so for him to convince the taxi drivers to use apps, okay, for him to convince the normal people to use app is quite challenging. And then suddenly Uber came to Malaysia. So this is why he decided, oh, I cannot actually stick with this kind of business. He pivoted, so that when he changed his business direction, and then he started to form the company called GrabCar. Initially, it's called as GrabCar. At the same time, in Indonesia, which is you guys have a lot of population. There's actually another ride-sharing company being formed by Nadiem Makarim. Okay, I believe for Indonesian, you know him, right? Okay, because he's quite talented. I'm not sure. Is it Nadiem Makarim still basically your minister?
Yes,
Because
doctor.
for now, he's actually
Yeah.
Minister of Education and Culture. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The moment I remember, the moment basically he quit his job as the CEO of Gojek. So
Gojek.
people have already started to make speculation. He's going to be part of the ministerial position. Yes, it's true because he's quite what we call talented. Okay, but for Anthony, it's actually another sad story from Malaysia. Let me share with you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Gojek for now become one of the most successful technology startup not only in Indonesia but also in the Southeast Asia. And we have the term called unicorn, but for now, they already become decacons. I'm going to actually discuss about this later. Okay. But okay, Anthony, basically Malaysian. Okay, he started from, that's why he formed My Taxi, My for Malaysia Taxi. Okay. But during that time, businesses is not, the business ecosystem is not good in Malaysia. 2014, he decided to move his headquarters from Cyberjaya in Malaysia, go to Singapore. Because of what? Singapore have a lot of ecosystem, funding, so on and so forth. Okay. So eventually, Grab become the company belongs to Singapore, not Malaysia, even though it started in Malaysia by Malaysians. So this is the sad story of Malaysia. And due to that fact, we don't have unicorn. For quite some time, we don't have unicorn. Okay, what is unicorn? Let's share with you. Kalau yang, okay, unicorn basically what we call normally, we refer to the $1 billion dream. So this is actually referring to the company or tech startup that basically achieved the value of $1 billion US dollar. Okay, so as we speak, okay, not this month, last month, Indonesian government claimed that you guys have the most numbers of unicorn and decacorn in Southeast Asia, which is already outbeat Singapore. Okay, so this is something quite interesting. Okay, so this is the what we call it the data, but I'm pretty sure it's not really recent, though it's actually started almost recent. Okay, because of what? Because there's some changes actually has been happening for the past 6 months. Okay, especially from Indonesia, because for now, as we speak, most probably Indonesia have about 15 unicorns, including decacorns. Okay, so Decacons is actually another big company whereby the valuation of Decacon is about like 10 billion US dollar. Okay, so as we speak, ladies and gentlemen, this is basically the fact. Okay, Malaysia for now only have one unicorn, which is Kasam. Okay, and for Indonesia, just name it Traveloka. Okay, Bukalapak, Ajaib. Okay, and then you have JNT. Okay, all of these, and then the biggest one I'm going to say like Goto, right? Because it's actually Gojek. And then they combine together with Tokopedia, become the largest tech startup in Southeast Asia. Okay, so many of them basically coming from Singapore, undeniably, and then some from Philippines. Can some Philippine students share with Pak Nga what the company basically doing? Well, there are two companies from Philippines. Can you guys share with me what basically the business nature of this company? Mint and I couldn't actually see this. Revolution. Something. Okay, can anyone share with Pak Nga? But like, okay, as we speak, Lazada basically, what we call it, they actually in the e-commerce. Okay, Bukalapak basically e-commerce. Traveloka, tourism. Okay, so when we talk about tourism, it's actually we can refer to Traveloka. Okay, so and then yeah, JNT also, in the logistic. Okay, so as we speak, yes, it's like competitive and either Indonesia and Singapore. When we talk about the number of establishment, unfortunately, we Malaysia, one of the things that why Malaysia, I'm going to say maybe the reason we don't have many population compared than Indonesia, but Singapore have more, even though they have less number of population. Okay, that Singapore as we speak, they actually own Grab, okay, Lazada, so on and so forth. Okay, so we go next. So I actually want to highlight this because of what, ladies and gentlemen, both of them are quite young. Okay, the moment I speak, Anthony Tan basically same age with me. Someone actually asked my age. You can Google Anthony Tan, and then yes, his age is actually similar with Pak Nga. Okay, so that means I'm not young anymore. Okay, so yes, if you look here, both of them actually started by young. During that time, by young technopreneurs. Okay, and definitely like in Indonesia, if you try to look here, it's like competition between Gojek as well as Grab. Okay, so this is quite interesting because like they have like quite similar corporate color. Okay, like green, but Gojek they actually background by black, but Grab basically by white. Okay, so yes, but the thing like this, majority of the Grab operation basically based on Indonesian market. But for Grab, they actually penetrated to other South Asian countries like Philippines, what we call it Thailand. Okay, but Gojek, there's something that actually being inspired. Though they are classmates, but they are rival. Okay, for example, Gojek started with the concept of super apps. Do you know a super apps? So that means from one apps you have so many kind of businesses. Go Mart, go massage, go so on and so on. You go it? Okay, from one apps. Okay, and then during that time, Grab basically not into that yet, but they need to follow. If not, they actually left behind. So Grab follow, they started to introduce Grab Mart, Grab Ride, Grab Bike, so on and so forth. Okay, so because this is quite competitive. Okay, so yes, and for now, I believe they started to venture into not only ride sharing but also any the business, for example, like in financial services. Okay, so we go next. So when we talk about this, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to say, how many we have? How many? Half an hour more. Okay, Pak is going to actually very fast. Okay, embrace with me. Okay, basically, this kind of scenario, digitalization impact us, I'm going to actually summarize into 4 main aspects: sharing economy, digital payment, digital skilling, and digital business. Okay, so when we talk about this, it's not only in our economy, but also in tourism sector as well. Okay, for now, when we talk about tourism, definitely many things has been changed. Okay, so for example, like when we talk about online ticketing, when we talk about the way we want to survey places, when we want to buy travel insurance, everything changed. I'm going to actually summarize that later. But let me try to explain pertaining to each of this kind of component, the impact of digital economy, okay, towards our life. Okay, so number one, we actually talking pertaining to the sharing economy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something that actually created what we call as shared services. Okay, a mode of consumption whereby goods and services are not owned by single users. Okay, so that means when we talk about this, for example, like Grab, okay, they actually not actually hiring employees, but they actually hiring consultant or independent contractors. Okay, so they actually don't simply buy the asset or car, but they actually using this kind of contract whereby the independent contractors or riders are going to use their own what we call it assets. Okay, so that means what they provide just simply a platform. That's why sometimes this is actually led to the what we call as sharing economy. Okay, and then temporary access by members of network and underutilized assets are shared. Okay, either for free or for fees. That's why sometimes this is what we call as freemium business model. So that means if you want to use this kind of app, sometimes it's free at the beginning, but the moment you want to use like what we call it premium features, you need to pay. Okay, for example, I believe many of you here are heavy users of, maybe I'm not, I just make speculation, you are heavy users of ChatGPT. Am I right? Okay, how many of you here using ChatGPT 4.0? Can I know? I trust majority of you here using ChatGPT 3.5. But how many of you here using ChatGPT 4.0? Anyone? Okay, what the difference? The difference is you need to pay. Okay, ChatGPT 4.0 you need to pay. Okay, but some people they actually willing to pay because they said that the prompt, I mean the outcome that they actually they get from the prompt is actually better when you use ChatGPT 4.0. Okay, so yes, that's actually what normally we call as freemium business model. It's free at the beginning, but if you want to use premium features, you need to pay. Okay, so we go next. This also led to what we call as gig economy. Sometimes we call this kind of person called giggers. So having said that, yeah, this is something that we as the generation Y, we need to actually know the attitude of your generation. You're basically under generation X, Y, Z. Okay, you're under generation Z. So whereby the way you actually do works, the way you actually think different than my generation. Okay, that's why it's created like some gap, let alone when we talk about baby boomers who most of them already retired. But the thing like this, okay, I just want to take the scenario of learning at the university. During my time, I believe together with Miss Elia, during our time, if we want to actually do assignment, we need to go to the library, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I remember this semester, I asked my student, when was the last time you go to library? Oh, we only went to library during the first week because I went to visit UTM library. And after that, we don't go to library because everything at our fingertips. But for me, I'm actually, during my time when I was a student, I was a heavy visitor of library because I remember, because it's quite difficult to get what we call it information. We need to borrow book, okay? And then during that time, the maximum number of books is 8 books. So during my time, because I want to show I'm actually a hardworking student, I borrow all the 8 books. Bring it. I'm very small. You know, I'm very small, or we call it short guy. Could you imagine? I bring 8 books, okay, from the library to my hostel. Okay, so that's actually the difficulties. But your generation is different. Everything basically being blessed by the cloud. So that means you can simply get at your fingertips. Okay, but this is something that perhaps create the gaps, okay? So having said that, when you actually start work later, I believe one of the things that you actually need to understand how you actually try to bridge the gap. Because of what? Because for my generation, maybe they expect more from you, but for your generation, this is something quite interesting, okay? Because I trust that your generation, as early as 25 years old, 24 years old, the moment you go into this kind of job market, you started to discuss about work-life balance, okay, which is something that my generation not actually consider that previously seriously, okay. So this is something that perhaps create a lot of different scenario in the job market, and this is totally led to the creation of what we call as gig economy, okay, in which is involved exchange of labor for money between individual or companies via digital platform. They actively facilitate matching between providers and customers on a short-term and payment by task basis. Unfortunately, what happened, like in Malaysia, I believe in your country as well, okay, this young generation, some of them they do not want to work with other people. They want to become like freelancers, okay? Because they say that if I actually, doing Grab jobs, or I actually become like freelancers, I still can get money. You got it? And indeed, later part I'm going to discuss about digital, what we call it, skill, okay? That means you actually can use your skill to what we call it, to sell it to other people, not only in your country, but also to other countries, okay? So this is create like what we call as gig economy. So that means the giggers basically are not considered as employees. Yes, we simply actually become the consultant. They become the independent contractors, okay? So for example, like I want to share with you the story of Grab, like in Malaysia. When Grab started its operations, so this kind of Grab riders or drivers, they are not actually protected under Labor Act. Okay, they are not protected. They don't have this kind of social security. They don't have like this kind of insurance. So the government need to make another act in order to protect this kind of giggers, okay, or independent workers, okay, because they are not employees to Grab. Okay, so Grab do not want to take responsibility because they say that, okay, our responsibility is just to provide the platform, but they are not our employees. You must remember, if you actually become like Grab independent contractors, you are not Grab employees, okay? So, but again, young generation, they love this because they love flexibility. They can earn money as simple as, I actually agree, some of you maybe become influencers, okay? You make like this kind of live session, you can earn money, okay? And for now, it's actually much more easier to gain money, okay, through this kind of digital platform like TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, so on and so forth, okay? Okay, so this is what we call a sharing economy. What is sharing? Because you are actually sharing services, okay? For example, like the company like Grab, okay, or perhaps like Gojek, they simply like provide the platform. But, okay, what they provide, they just simply connect between the service providers, okay, so that means the owners of that particular asset, for example, and then to the what we call it, service receiver, okay, or seeker. So in this case, Grab or Gojek, they simply become the platform, and then they earn money through this kind of commission or renting fees, or perhaps like, service fees, okay? So this is how they're actually making money. Besides, okay, the floating money that they have, they're actually going to gain some interest, okay? So that's why, but they actually need to have a lot of what we call it, workers who actually quite well-versed with this kind of digital knowledge, okay? That's why having this kind of technology platform provide a lot of good things for both of parties, okay? And then let alone when we talk about another, this is a bit complicated, okay? When we talk about Airbnb, okay? This is in tourism industry. Okay, when we talk about Airbnb, they have like different model. Because, can anyone share with Pak Ngah the story of Airbnb? Okay, tak apalah. Okay, let me share with you, okay? Because it's quite interesting to share about Airbnb. Airbnb basically started by Joe Gebbia, and I couldn't remember the name of another founder. Okay, they actually got the idea initially when they faced difficulties to pay rent in San Francisco. It's quite expensive, guy, if you actually living in San Francisco. So they actually faced difficulty to pay the rent. Okay, and then they started to actually think, how are we going to cover our rent because they short of money? Okay, so what they're actually doing, oh, they actually got some news that there's one conference going to be happen. Why not we try to advertise our, what we call it, our extra space at the living hall at the apartment? Okay, they just simply provide what we call as basic B&B. What is B&B? Bed and breakfast. Okay, and then they try and error. So what they did, they just simply, what we call it, produce a static website, or simply a blog lah. Okay, static website, advertise their services in which they provide basic Airbnb, and interestingly, three main customers, or three main, what we call it, guests, okay, agreed to actually use their facilities. So that's actually the starting point of Airbnb. Okay, so after that, oh, they said that this is something that we could commercialize because many of us basically have extra room. The idea of Airbnb initially, like, if you have extra rooms, extra space at your house, okay, you can actually rent it out for short term or temporary. So that's actually the main business model of Airbnb. Okay, okay, so having said that, they started to actually, advertise, and then the business initially started okay, so that means good, and then later they faced some kind of problems in which not many customers are quite what we call it, keen to use their services, and then they started to actually investigate. They start to actually find the reason, and they discovered, okay, one of the things that the what we call it, the people are normally look at when they want to book an accommodation. What basically the thing that they look? Can anyone share with me? If you want to book accommodation, I believe some of you maybe book through Traveloka, Agoda, or perhaps like Airbnb. What basically the main factors that that you are normally look at it? Is it the price? Is it the size of the room? Can anyone share with Pak Ngah? If you want to book a hotel or any kind of room or accommodation, what are your main criteria? Can anyone share with Pak Ngah on the chat box? Or maybe you can open your microphone. Don't be shy, okay? If you want to speak in Bahasa Indonesia, I could simply understand, maybe I could understand, don't worry, okay? Okay, what basically the main consideration? Is it the price? Is it the size? Wi-Fi, correct. Okay, similar with Pak Ngah. Okay, I also actually will look Wi-Fi. Okay, because sometimes without Wi-Fi, I couldn't do my task. That's very true. What else? Okay, this some of you might actually look in terms of the size of the room. Some of you maybe look at in terms of the distance from the hotel to the airport, or perhaps to the shopping complex. Some of you might actually look in terms of the service quality. So there are so many factors, but one of the main factors that normally look at by this kind of people or users or customers are the, what we call it, the picture of the rooms. So that means they want to see the rooms, how attractive the room is. So having said that, realizing this kind of importance, Airbnb basically put this kind of emphasis. They don't actually simply accept any photo. They actually have their own independent, or what we call it, contractors that actually will act as photographers. You see here. This is the model of Airbnb. They must make sure that they want to make sure that the picture that being uploaded is not like a normal kind like picture. Okay, so based on this, okay, they're able to actually increase the number of bookings. Okay, so this is actually the what we call a sharing economy. Okay, so that means they don't simply hire photographers, but they actually, use the services. Okay, they don't actually buy a camera. They actually simply use the picture taken by the professional photographers, let alone like tourist guide, okay, let alone guests, host. So it's not easy. So that means they're really concerned in terms of this kind of quality. Okay. Okay. So we go next. This is something that I want to share with you. Ladies and gentlemen, back in January 2020, in Kuala Lumpur, we actually started to make a beta testing or pilot testing, okay, pertaining to the provision of Grab bike. Because Indonesia, you have Gojek and Grab bike. Heavily you use it. But if Indonesian go to Malaysia, unfortunately, we don't have Grab bike, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Okay, so why? So anyone can guess why Malaysia don't have Grab bike, but Indonesia have Grab bike as well as Gojek. Why? This is something that quite interesting. Anyone? Okay, they made this kind of beta testing. They started to do this kind of beta testing in Kuala Lumpur because of, you know, in Kuala Lumpur, it's actually a lot of people. Okay, Michelle said that culture of customers, but I believe we have similar culture. Some of you might say that I always ask this kind of question. Some of my students going to ask, oh, Pak Nga, because of we are Muslim. I was going to say Indonesia also Muslim. They have 10 million of population in Jakarta, but they have a lot of Gojek and Grab bike. Why in Kuala Lumpur, with the population of 3 million, we don't have Grab bike? Okay, so this is something that quite interesting to be discussed. And then some of my students said that, Pak Nga, because of in Malaysia it's quite hot. We have like hot and humid weather. Hey, Indonesia is not for oxygen country. You know, it's quite similar. So why Indonesia is quite successful with Grab bike, but not in Malaysia? Okay, so if you try to look here, this is where the big companies try to customize the services according, like maybe like Ms. Elias said, the culture or preferences of the customers. Okay, when we try to look at, like, if you go to Thailand, if you go to Cambodia, you might actually able to use Grab tuk-tuk, you know, tuk-tuk. Okay, yeah, in Indonesia they have like Grab tuk-tuk. Okay, but in Malaysia we only have Grab car. We don't have Grab bike, unfortunately. Okay, we don't have Grab bike. Okay, though we have a lot of motorcyclists, yet we don't actually, when it comes to this, I'm not pretty sure why, but you know, it's failed. So this is actually the pilot or beta study made by Grab, and they decided not to continue. You got it, okay? And that's another, I'm going to share, like, that's another, this is like Indonesia lah. Because Indonesia is quite interesting. A lot of people, they would love to use Grab bike rather than Grab car. Am I right? Especially in Jakarta. Okay, I remember like few years back, I went to Jakarta. Okay, and then I ordered Grab bike. Okay, and then because I never had the experience of using Grab bike or Gojek. Okay, and then when I ordered, I booked this kind of apps. Grab bike. You know, I need to wait about like more than 20 minutes, and none of the Grab riders came to fetch me. And then during the time, I'm stranded at somewhere. I want to actually visit my friends, okay? And I call my friend, hey, what happened? Grab bike, you know, they just actually lingering around that area, but they didn't pick me, okay? To go, they don't really actually go to my location. And then my friend told me, hey, do you actually use credit card, okay, for your booking? Yes, I am, okay? So he said that, okay, cancel your transaction, change to cash, because normally Grab bike riders, they would love to actually receive in cash transaction rather than in what we call it in credit card. So that's actually made me wonder. Maybe during that time, 2017, okay, maybe during that time we are not so, you know, customized with this kind of digital payment. Later, I'm going to discuss about digital payment. Okay, so this is something that perhaps not only impact, you know, tourism, but also this kind of technology totally give us some kind like what we call it convenience when we want to visit other countries. For example, when I visited Cambodia, when I visited Thailand, I can simply use Grab apps directly. Okay, and recently, I also, not recently lah, in January, I went to Surabaya as well. I went to ITS. So I simply use Grab. I ordered Grab by using my own apps and link to my credit card. Okay, so this is to show to you how easy with this kind of technology, you do not need to bring a lot of cash, okay, for you to travel, because you can simply just Grab apps, okay. But I don't use Gojek, okay, because in Malaysia, we don't have Gojek. Okay, so based on that, so it's actually linked to what I'm going to say again. pertaining to digital payment. So it's quite related, okay? So before I go further, I believe you already understand the, what we call it, the definition of digital payment. But let me give you this kind of scenario. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, this is, who are these people? Who are these people? Interestingly, okay, Pak Angah already shared this kind of picture to my student back in 2017. Okay, 2017, I'm using this kind of what we call it picture. I told my student, okay, ladies and gentlemen, future leaders of Malaysia, I told them, okay, could you imagine you still not using what we call it digital payment? Okay, and during that time, beggars in China started to use this kind of QR code. 2017, 2016, they started to actually using this. They heavily use it. For example, like WeChat Pay, they already use it. Alipay, okay? One of the pioneer of what we call it mobile wallet in Malaysia, basically Alipay, okay, which is from China. They're quite actually valuable with this, okay? This is one of the ways for me to encourage my students. I'm showing this picture. I told them, I give them assignment, you must actually make one transaction because I'm teaching digital what we call it, I'm teaching technology entrepreneurship. So I want them to be well versed with this kind of technology adoption. Okay. I told them, okay, you must actually make one transaction. During that time, it's quite difficult to convince the student to use digital payment. Okay. Because it's not common in 2017. Okay. So this is the picture that's quite powerful to show, guys, even beggars in this country, China, okay, they use QR code. Okay. But I believe for now in Indonesia as well as Malaysia started to using this. Okay, so this is actually in Indonesia, whereby Indonesia for now, you guys have about like 48 licensed e-wallet system. I remember when Grab started its operation, Grab didn't get license from Indonesian government. This is one of the ways how basically Indonesia protect their local company, which is Gojek. So in order for Grab to actually have this kind of Grab Pay, which is commonly in Singapore or Malaysia during that time, they need to collaborate with one company called OVO. Okay, so they collaborate with the local company of Indonesia called OVO. Okay, and for now, Grab already acquired OVO, if not mistaken. You can check the fact. Okay, for now, Grab or have quite significant number of shares in OVO business because they really go into this kind of financial services. Okay, so when we speak of in terms of this, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia have 48 licensed operators, e-wallet, because it's controlled by the government. Similarly, in Malaysia, we have initially we have about almost similar numbers. But for now, the number already started to reduce. It's quite common. When a new technology has been introduced, everybody wants to become champion. You got it? Okay. So the moment customers started to actually set their preferences, for example, like these are the big 5 companies of e-wallet in Indonesia. So other companies going to exit from the industry. Similarly, like in Malaysia, we have like few other players, but some of the companies they couldn't sustain because, for example, like in Malaysia, we have like Touch and Go, we have like Boost, we have GrabPay, for example, okay? But here, GrabPay not listed as the 5 main, but here, like for example, as you can see, Shopee Pay, Link Aja, Dana, GoPay, basically the 5 main mobile wallet for Indonesia. Okay, so this is quite interesting when we talk about tourism industry. Okay, last year, I went to I traveled. Okay, last year, normally every end of the year, Pak Angah going to travel lah. Okay, this is one of the way for me to reward myself. So last year, I actually traveled to 6 countries. Okay, so one of the things that actually make myself quite easy during this time because I'm using Big Pay. Could you imagine? Okay, so that means previously I need to, change the currency and then I do not know the exact exchange rate. Okay, but here I can simply use this kind of apps, Big Pay. Okay, Big Pay basically one of the company under Asia. Okay, so Asia is actually under Asia. Asia for now, they already started to diversify the business into super apps. They're not only providing flight services, but as we speak, like in Malaysia, they started to provide any other kind of services, for example, like ride sharing services and GrabPay, which is Big Pay, basically one of the companies under Asia. If you buy flight ticket of Asia using Big Pay, you get more rewards, okay, because it's under their company. But here, by using this kind of app, it's totally make yourself, easier, okay, because the exchange rate is quite, accurate. And number 2, they actually charge less minimal service fee. So that's the reason why many of Malaysian, maybe they actually using BigPay if they want to travel abroad, for example, like if they go to UK or any other European countries. So this is another kind of things that impact the way we do this kind of business in tourism sectors. Okay, we go next. So this is another part. This is quite close with you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not pretty sure what is basically your background. Regardless of your background, trust me, one of the things that you need to develop for now to become the future talents of your country or future leaders of your countries, basically the digital skill. Okay, so this kind of digital skill basically could range from digital skilling. It's actually could range from content creations as well as copywriting, or perhaps up to the level of cyber security. Okay, so if you try to look here, this kind of gig economy totally create a new norm. This is what we call as normally in gig economy we divide it into cloud work and crowd work. Okay, cloud work is something that actually could what we call it could provide. That means you as the service provider, you can do the work beyond your geographical location. You got it. For example, you become the data analyst. Okay. Okay, and you have this kind of skill in Indonesia. You can simply do this kind of data analysis job, okay, from someone that hired you from USA, for example, and you earn in US dollar. So this is something that perhaps you actually can explore. Okay, you can use this kind of platform. For example, like they have like freelancers and outsourcing. There are two main. If I'm not mistaken, for now, it's two main what we call it platform that provide this kind of platform, in which people around the world, they can simply hire or outsource other people, okay, in which many companies are doing that because it's much more convenient and it actually can reduce their cost operations. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, if you have this kind of skill, yes, you can sell it. Because you can offer your job even though you are from Indonesia, even you are from Philippines, you're from Malaysia. As long as you actually are simply connected to the internet, you can do the job. This is what we call as cloud work, okay? Or cloud gig economy. Another part is crowd work, okay? Crowd work is actually based on the geographical location. It's limit, okay? For example, like when Pak Ngas said about Gojek. Gojek can only provide their services perhaps in the 10-kilometer radius. Am I right? Okay. So this is actually have some kind of geographical constraint, but still actually using digital or internet connection. You got it. Okay. But here, this is something that perhaps you as a future talents, you can develop your skill, upskilling or reskilling your skill. Okay. And then you can provide this kind of jobs, this kind of what we call it jobs, okay, to any people around the world. Okay, so we go next. So this is eventually create what we call as a digital nomad. Have you ever heard this term before? Digital nomad. Okay. So who are digital nomad people? Anyone can guess with can share with Pak Ang, what do you know about digital nomad? Okay, so this is referring to the people. Normally, digital nomad is started with the people from Western countries. Okay, they're from the US, they're from the UK, they're from Australia, because they actually have strong, what we call it, currency. Okay, but for them to actually have a decent life, okay, they couldn't be able to get it in their own country. So what they are doing, they actually become nomadic people. So that means they travel from one place, from one country to another country. For example, like in Bali. So the picture that I've taken basically from Bali, they have a group of digital nomadic people, but they basically earn money, okay, from your country, from Indonesia, from Kuala Lumpur, from Philippines. Because of what? Because for example, if they actually receive their salary with the amount of 5,000 US dollar, they totally can have a decent life in Malaysia, let alone in Indonesia as well as Philippines. You got it. So that's the reason why digital nomad normally among the Westerners, okay, in the developed countries, they travel to normally to Southeast Asian countries, okay, especially like in Malaysia, in Johor, we have a lot of digital nomad because some of them working in Singapore. Singapore expensive, they will live in Johor Bahru. Okay, so these people basically become webmaster, designer, even some of them, they simply become traveloguers. So this is create some kind of job, you know. Okay, so Pak Ang go next, e-commerce. I believe there are a few more minutes. I'm going to be very fast. Okay, so this is actually the potential. Ladies and gentlemen, as we speak, basically in Singapore, it's almost saturated. Okay, but Indonesia here, you have a lot of potential when it comes to digitalization. Philippines, yes. Okay, you have a lot of potential because many of the people still not actually exploit it yet, but trust me, in the future, this is something that's going to be boom. Okay. Okay, so how basically you as the future talents going to earn some money through this kind of platform? First, you actually can turn hobby into profit. You can, like Pangan said just now, you actually can simply take any kind of freelance job. Okay, and then most probably you can do online business. Okay, so this is something that perhaps quite common. We normally call this kind of people as vloggers or influencers or call key opinion leaders. Okay, so in Malaysia, we have this kind of call. Okay, Karong Amin, I'm not pretty sure you know him or not, but he's quite influential in the sense that he just selling sambal. His main product basically sambalnya. Indonesia quite popular with sambal, right? But this guy basically selling sambal. And then what happened, like early last 2 months, he actually introduced another product. It's like macam rendang. It's like rendang. Okay, they call it daging nyet. Okay, so basically this kind of rendang lah, they call it like dendeng nyet. So basically he managed to get 1 million ringgit of Malaysia within 3 minutes by selling that sambal from Kota Baru. Okay, if you ever visit Malaysia, Kota Baru basically quite remote area in Malaysia. So that means when we speak, if you go to Malaysia like Johor Bahru, KL, Kuala Lumpur, Penang, this is actually urban city in Malaysia, but Kota Baru is quite remote. But Karong Amin, he's actually from Kota Baru. He want to prove to the world, he want to prove to Malaysian, regardless of your location, you could earn 1 million money because of you have internet connection. Okay, he's quite, what we call it, Karong Amin is quite influential because he's actually graduated from first class from the US, okay, from good university. I couldn't remember the name of the university. He got first class in mechanical engineering. He went back working with Petronas, okay, and after that, after become engineer, okay, he actually decided to sell sambal. Okay, he started by making like he become popular because during Ramadan he actually introduced what we call it a video called one day one recipe for berbuka puasa, for iftar, for breaking fast. You got it? And then he actually gained a lot of followers. And then after that, he introduced his own product, which is called Sambal Nyet. It's quite popular in Malaysia. Okay. Okay, we go next. Ladies and gentlemen, why not? If you actually have a lot of time, you can become YouTubers. You can earn a lot of money. Because of what? Because if the moment people basically watch your video, you actually can earn money due to the advertisement and other factors. Okay. If we speak here, Indonesia have more potential. Okay. This is by comparison. I try to compare Malaysia and Indonesia. This is actually the fact that I got from Social. They actually make estimation around the world, okay, as well as based on the country, okay, in terms of the amount of income that going to be generated by these YouTubers, okay. As we speak, you can see here the difference. All top 10 Indonesian YouTubers basically graded A, okay. Meanwhile, in Malaysia, basically A minus. Okay, why? Because of the number of viewers. That's why Indonesia have more potential for you to actually go into this kind of business. Okay, as we speak, I believe you know Les Copa. This is Open and Ipen. It's quite popular, right? Okay, this one. Okay, and then we have like Monster. It's actually Bobo Boy, one of our animation. Okay, so these companies, they know that because I remember I went to their talk. Okay, one of the things that being asked, how basically you control the infringement of copyright, because many people going to, you know, copy your animation, so on and so forth. He said that if we cannot join them, if we cannot beat them, we join them. That's why they actually said that for now, they actually pivot their business to go to YouTube because they can simply earn like 200,000 ringgit every month through YouTube. Okay. Okay. So this I want to show to you. This is the top YouTubers in Indonesia. Could you imagine? I'm not sure who she is. Can anyone share with me who is Yola Erlianda? But this girl basically earned, okay, this is in US dollar. She basically earned 168,000 US dollar. So that means she quite damn rich because simply for every month, by estimation, she can get, if we convert to Malaysia ringgit, it's about like 600,000 ringgit. If you convert to Indonesian rupiah, I believe it's actually million of rupiah. Okay, so I'm not too sure what she's doing, but maybe later you guys can share with Pak Nga what basically her own content. Okay, but she's actually quite, because I actually have what we call it, do this kind of survey. Even like for the past 6 months, she become the top YouTubers in Indonesia. Okay, so again, in tourism sectors, if you quite love to actually travel, you can become travelogers. I believe most of you knows about Nas Daily as well as Drew Binsky. Do you know this person? Anyone knows this person? This is quite influential in terms of providing content for traveling. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, almost end. Okay. Okay. So I also almost end. Don't worry. So I want to show to you. This is actually again based on this kind of visualization. You must remember. Okay. Tourism basically become part of the crucial contribution to country economy. For example, like in terms of GDP, it contribute like 11.7%, Indonesia 5.6%. That means a lot of potential. Let alone Philippines, you have more, 22.5% basically from tourism industry. Okay, so my summary almost end. This is my last slide. Okay, trust me. Okay, so as a summary, ladies and gentlemen, trust me, because of digital economy, it's totally changed our life, especially in tourism sectors in many ways. For example, like based on your super multi-fast computer, which is your smartphone, you can simply do this kind of tasks. Okay, for example, like services like ticket booking, taxi, restaurant, banking, everything easily. And secondly, okay, you can also actually, what we call it, use this kind of digital technology for the human resources, as well as another part that's quite important as well. If you actually travel abroad or you actually link with this kind of tourism industry, it's going to actually link you with this kind like, emergency help. Okay, so all of this actually could be done through what we call as digital technology. I think that's the end of my session. I'm so sorry. This is actually the nature of lecture. The moment they speak, they couldn't stop. But since someone already stopped me, okay, but it's okay. I actually going to provide some kind of room for Q&A. Is it, Miss Elia? We have Q&A, right? Any question from your side? Actually, I would love just now if you can ask me question during my session, but it's okay. You can ask the question now.
Yeah, please, student, if you want some question or have some curiosity about this topic, you can ask directly, or maybe you can write down in the chat box. Please.
Okay, don't be shy, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be shy. You can ask in Bahasa. I'm going to translate, hopefully.
Okay. Its first question came from Zafira, doctor.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. No.
Okay.
Sorry. From Philippines.
From Araceli, is it? Okay, I have read the question. Ladies and gentlemen, this is actually the challenge for higher education institution. Okay, whereby first I'm going to say that in Malaysia we face this kind of challenge. Some of the young people, they do not want to go to university. They say that they can earn money even though without this kind of degree, okay, or like formal education. Okay, and in Malaysia we started to actually acknowledge those people who actually from the industry. If you can prove that, okay, your knowledge from industry basically quite equivalent with the university knowledge or syllabus, you can actually claim, you can actually sit for a few tests, and then after that you can get your degree. Okay, so this is the thing that we actually what we call it move towards that. Okay, when we talk about this, how can we convey young generation to enter university? Okay, yes, many of the universities, okay, they started to offer what we call as ODL. Okay, online degree, online what we call online what we call it, online distance learning, something like that. Okay, ODL. Okay, or perhaps like e-learning, online learning. Okay, and then many of the universities, they actually started to recognize what we call it like micro credential certificate. Okay, and then you actually can apply a degree from that kind of certificate. Because of what? Because right now we actually agree the flexibility of education. And it's not only started by university in Philippines, Malaysia, or Indonesia, but this kind of thing has been started by big universities like Harvard, like MIT, like Stanford. They started to actually make what they call as MOOCs, okay, massive open online courseware. You can simply access to their what we call it knowledge, to their resources, okay. But in order for you to get the degree, you need to pay. That's quite common. For example, like you can actually go to Coursera. Coursera, there's actually one platform, openlearning.com. All of this basically collaborated with many other top universities. And for now, when we talk about this, yes, undeniably, this kind of degree become like a big business actually. Okay, education become business. Okay, when we talk about how to convince, again, I would love to actually cite. If you remember, I talking in terms of this guy, Khairul Aming. This guy, okay, Khairul Aming, because of what? He actually won the TikTok award for Malaysia last year. Okay, the main prize lah. He actually, and then he said to the young people, okay, you can become influencers, but make sure you become influencers with knowledge. Because of what? If you don't have this kind of knowledge, how could you actually, being guided, okay, in your life as well as in business? Okay, for example, I give you how knowledgeable he is. Okay, when he's selling sambal, someone complained about his sambal, basically the lid leaking. Okay, and then he actually provide the mathematical equation, how much the probability of his product to have this kind of defect. This is how, and then how fast. Okay, someone basically complained about the delay of the product of sambal to their place. He's actually calculate, okay, how fast basically the sambal going to be received by the customers. So to show to you, if you actually, want to actually embrace this kind of digitalization, the most important part, you should have a degree. You should have like formal education as well, because it's going to lead you to something that more impactful. Yes. Okay. So that's actually the thing that I'm going to actually answer. I believe all the lecturers going to agree with me. But again, we do not deny the importance of industrial exposure. It's okay for you to actually, maybe some of the young generation, they do not want to study first. They actually want to do business first. It's okay. But later, you must acknowledge that you must seek knowledge. Because knowledge is everything. You got it? Okay. It's not about degree, but it's about the knowledge. Okay. Okay. I think that's the thing that I could share with Araceli Tambul. Okay. Any more questions?
I'm so sorry, doctor.
Oh,
I
there's
think
another
that
section, right? After this. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, no worries. Okay. Anyhow, I'm going to your place. So I
maybe you can share
eager,
directly.
yeah, I'm very eager to meet all of you. Okay, and then talk with you later, and perhaps I could learn from you. Basically, I actually quite interested to meet young people, because normally I'm learning technology knowledge from young people. Okay, I think that's all from my side. Thank you very much to all of you for giving me the attention and the feedback during the session. Okay, I pass the session back to Miss Ilya.
Okay, thank you, doctor. I guess your material is very related with all of students here, so it's become very interesting today. Yeah, because this is already and limited time for this session, so maybe I will pass it to Miss Sally. But no worries for all students. If you have some question, you can still deliver in the chat box, and I will pass it to the Dr. Omar. Okay.
Okay. Miss Elliot,
Good.
maybe the student can simply call me Pak Nga.
Oh, okay.
Pak Nga only. Okay.
Pak
Easier.
Nga, okay.
Okay. I think for
Yeah.
Indonesia also you call Pak, right? Pak
Yes,
for
yes.
Mr. Yeah.
Yeah,
Pak.
Pak.
Nga. Nga.
Or maybe Mas if for the older one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah, thank you,
No
Pak Nga.
worries.
Okay, and we can make a lot of discussion later. And then I will pass again to Miss Ellie. Have a good day, everyone.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay,
Bye.
thank you. Thank you to Dr. Umar Orupanga for the wonderful presentation, and also Miss Elia for the guidance during this session. Next, we have awesome speakers and moderators in the second session. We have Dr. Sony Sariano as the speaker and Miss Melati Juliana Rahma as the moderator. Miss Melati, are you ready for this session?
Yes, I'm ready, Miss
Oh,
Ellie.
okay, to Miss Melati, time is yours.
Thank you so much for the time. Dear all students, welcome to the 5th International Summer Course and Field Trip 2024 organized by Faculty of Social Science, Universitas Negeri Malang in collaboration Universiti Kuala Lumpur, University Sains Malaysia, University of the Immaculate Conception and Oradea University. So, my name is Mati Julia Rahma as moderator at this session. So, okay, for all students, I will inform you. There are two sections in this session. First, our speakers, Dr. Sony, will be presented. It's about 60 minutes, and the next is discussion session. Our speaker is Dr. Sony Soriano. So I will let me introduce him. The curriculum vitae can be present. Okay, so Dr. Sony Soriano is a highly accomplished academic and a professional with extensive experience in the education sector. Currently, he is a director for external affairs and lineage and the international relation officer at Urdaneta City University. Dr. Sani has made notable contribution to international education through his roles as an international exchange student and accompany professor at Dokseo University in South Korea and Josai International University in Japan. His leadership extended to being a former association secretary of the Philippine Association of Pre-Service Teacher Incorporate or PAPSET. As an author, Dr. Sani has published various books on education and research, and his studies have been featured in peer-reviewed journal index in Web of Science and Scopus. He has presented his research internationally, winning accolades such as Best Paper Present and Kasesrat University in Thailand, and Best Poster in Presentation and Best in Oral Presentation at the 4th International Multidisciplinary Research Conference 2023 in Bangkok, Thailand. So I will say hi to Dr. Sony. Dr. Sony, are you in this room?
Yes, I'm in. Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear
Hello,
me
good.
clearly?
Yeah, I
Yes,
can
sure.
hear you,
Okay.
Dr. Sani.
See every yes. I'm now
Yeah, so
presently
glad
at
to
Bali,
see
Indonesia.
you. Okay.
Yes, nice meeting all of you, especially to our participants coming from different countries and different parts of the world. It's nice to see you again, guys. And this is a good thing that every one of us comes with a wonderful platform, which is an online, so that we can understand the role of education in promoting responsible tourism. And recently, I am here in Bali, Indonesia, together with our students. They are immersed with the Undiksha summer course here in Bali, Indonesia. And for this presentation, can you see it clearly?
Yeah.
Yes, that's okay. This
Okay.
afternoon, guys, from the
Good
Philippines.
afternoon,
I
Dr.
am
Sony.
yes, sure. Can you hear me clearly?
I
Sorry.
can hear you clearly, but the presented will be. Oh,
Hello.
okay. I can see your presentation now.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry for
Thank you,
that.
Dr.
I'm
Sunny. Okay.
because we are
So,
in the community
yeah.
here
Times
in
is
Bali,
yours.
Indonesia. Hope you can understand what I am telling now. Is it clear, guys?
Okay. Is it clear, Dr. Sunny? Hello, Dr. Sunny. Are
Okay,
you?
let me
Okay.
start, guys.
Yes. Okay. Let's
Let me
start.
start. Okay.
Yes. Can you? Okay. Thank you so much.
The role of education in promoting responsible tourism, that is the topic that I have to discuss to all of you, but I will be emphasizing a simple case study from the Philippines and in Surabaya, Indonesia, specifically, how a responsible tourism. You know what, guys? Responsible tourism emphasizes the importance of making travel decisions that benefit the environment and economy of the destinations we visited. And especially education is a pivotal element in promoting responsible tourism, providing travelers and local communities with the knowledge and the tools necessary to in Surabaya, Indonesia. Let me enumerate how to identify and how to promote a responsible tourism through education. First, we have to raise awareness. Second, foster cultural sensitivity, encourage sustainable practice, empowering local communities, promoting ethical behavior, and developing critical thinking. Let's start and will understand that the role of education is very important and essential in a responsible tourism, highlighting the example here in the Philippines and in Surabaya, Indonesia. First, we all know that awareness is crucial because education plays a crucial role in raising awareness about the impacts of tourism on local environments and cities. Through what? By informing tourists about the potential negative consequences of their actions. Educational initiatives can encourage more responsible behavior, and also raising awareness is a fundamental component of promoting responsible tourism. You know what, guys? It involves educating tourists about the impacts of their actions on local environments and communities, and thereby we encourage mindful and sustainable behavior by fostering understanding of the potential negative consequences, which is responsible for tourism. And here, let me identify the importance of raising awareness. The raising awareness is a first step. That is the first step toward change. Without an understanding of the issues, the tourists may unintentionally the expectation of the local communities. We all know and we must raise awareness that helps, that helps bridge this knowledge gap, that making tourists conscious of their potential impact. We all know, guys, that educated tourists are more likely to positive local economists. Let me share the status of education and the role of education in promote a sustainable tourism in the Philippines. You know what? I know some of you are coming from Philippines and some have visited already the Philippines. You have immersed with the culture of the Philippines. You know what? In raising awareness in the Philippines, there are various non-governmental organizations, and we call them NGOs, and the government agencies which launch a campaigns to educate people, not only for the locals, but especially to the tourists about the importance of conservation. For instance, the DOT or the Department of Tourism here in the Philippines will launch the word "It's More Fun in the Philippines." And that is the campaign that includes educational components that highlights the importance of protecting the country's natural resources. And also, you know what, the Department of Tourism here in the Philippines make workshops, seminars, and informational materials that are used to teach tourists about conserving water and respecting wildlife also. Because in the Philippines, we have various campaigns and programs that aims to raise awareness among tourists. As what I have told to all of you, that is fun in the Philippines. And moreover, the non-government organizations or our NGOs, especially the local government, the community in the Philippines, they collaborate. They collaborate to organize workshops and seminars. And these workshops and seminars focus on responsible tourism And these educational events cover a wide range of topics, from the impacts of plastic pollution on marine life to the significance of preserving indigenous cultures. And through this, some of the students, the communities, especially in the tourists, also by participating to this activity, tourists gain a deeper understanding of the issues and learn practical ways to reduce their negative impact. Similarly, I am there. I have our field trips in Surabaya, Indonesia, together with our students and faculty of Oradea City University. I have seen lots of best places and community engagement that we have. Similarly, in Surabaya, Indonesia, educational programs have been developed to raise awareness about the importance of sustainable tourism. I know the professors, the lectors, the rectors, the people, the tourists are immersed in the local government, because the local government, in collaboration with the universities, the environmental organizations, they conduct regular workshops and seminars for tourists and residents. And this program on issues such as waste management, water conservation, and the preservation of the cultural heritage. What I like in Surabaya, Indonesia, specifically, they preserve their culture. They educate the people, the public, about these issues. And in Surabaya, specifically, they aims to minimize the negative impacts of tourism on its environment and communities. What I like in our tourism is that we have immersed ourselves to the local community, because in partnership with the university, the environmental organizations, together with academic institutions, what I was very amazed and clean. In the Philippines, we call that clean and green. But in Surabaya, Indonesia, you have the initiatives about green and clean campaigns, about waste management and environmental conservation. And this campaign, what I like is they includes workshops, the public clean up events that aimed to instilling a sense of environmental responsibility. I know every university's academic institutions, together with the local communities, the residences, have different strategies in this awareness. And I know some of us, especially in the Philippines and in Surabaya, in Vietnam, and other parts of the countries, they have these strategies to identify, to raise awareness, how to sustain this tourism. We involve the combination of educational materials. We use an interactive and community engagement. We use also an informational brochures, examples, the posters, the online resources. We provide the tourists with essential knowledge about responsible practices. However, this interactive experience and hands-on activities can have a more profound impact by allowing the tourists to witness the issues firsthand and actively participate in the solution. Like in the trip that we have in Surabaya, Indonesia, is that we have to address the issues they have addressed to the community firsthand. We have actively engaged ourselves how you sustain your tourism. Example, in the Philippines, we have the ecotourism initiatives. And the Philippines often include the guided tours led by the local environmentalists. And these tours educate tourists, especially in us, in our university. We can tour around you in our province and nearby provinces. And about that, about the local ecosystem, highlighting the importance of conservation and how we will demonstrate how our actions can make a difference. So, for this, there are lots of challenges and opportunities that might be encountering for all of us. But despite these challenges, raising awareness, present numerous opportunities with the growing global interest in the sustainable travel. I know all of us are eager to go to other places, not only for leisure, but for the immersion of ourselves to their cultures, and so that we can understand how we will sustain the tourism environment and the tourism guys for raising awareness. It is a cornerstone. It is a cornerstone that is responsible tourism, equipping tourists with the knowledge and motivation to make sustainable choices. And through educational campaigns, interactive experiences, community engagement, both the Philippines and Surabaya, Indonesia, have made a significant strides in promoting responsible tourism. And next, we need to foster cultural sensitivity. Not all the people have this cultures. We have diverse, and we have to take a look at this. Excuse me. Okay, let me continue. For this, cultural sensitivity is another critical aspect of responsible tourism. Educational programs can help tourists understand and appreciate the cultural norms and practices of the destinations they visit, promoting respect and appreciation for local traditions, which foster cultural sensitivity. And the cultural sensitivity is a crucial aspect. And we need to understand that the importance of cultural sensitivity helps, yes, it helps bridge the gap between the tourists and the local communities, fostering mutual respect and understanding. Because when tourists are culturally aware, they are more likely to engage respectful with locals, appreciate the cultural differences, and avoid behaviors that might be considered offensive. This not only enhances the travel experience, but also contributes to the preservation of cultural heritage and the well-being of the local communities. In the Philippines, yes, in the Philippines, we have this fostering cultural sensitivity, which promote a various educational initiatives. Examples, the PSEP, or the Philippine Cultural Education Program of the Philippines, offers courses and workshops that teach tourists about the rich cultural heritage of this country. As traditional Filipino costumes, Filipino festivals, indigenous practices, and many more. And by educating the tourists about the cultural significance of various traditions, through the help of that organization, we promote respectful and cultural sensitive tourism. But in Surabaya, I know in Surabaya, they have this thing that they call this sensitivity is also a key focus in educational programs that they have, which is the Surabaya Tourism Board offers a cultural orientation sessions for tourists, which provide the information about local customs and traditions and etiquette also. And the sessions that we have, they designed this to help tourists understand the cultural context of their visit and encourage them to behave respectfully. And additionally, the local tour guides are trained to provide cultural insights and promote respectful interactions between the tourists and the residents. There are lots of strategies and struggles that they have. Example, the pre-departure briefings, the materials that they will be using, the cultural immersion experiences, the educational materials that highlight the importance of cultural aspect. There are lots of things. But moreover, in Surabaya, there are cultural immersion that promotes through various initiatives. Example, the Kampung Lawas Masbate project, For example, they involves training local residents to offer guided tours and cultural experiences in their neighborhood. This is the tourist provides the tourist can participate in a traditional Javanese art and craft workshops. They learn about the local history and they engage with the residents. And these experiences foster a cultural exchange and promote mutual between tourists and locals. So there are challenges, yes, in promoting this sensitivity in cultures. While we are finding a cultural sensitivity, this is essential. It comes with different challenges. And I know from different countries, you have lots of things that you consider. And the most significant challenge is overcoming the stereotypes and the preconceived notions that tourists may have about the destination. And addressing these biases, it requires comprehensive and nuanced educational efforts that present a balanced view of local cultures. Despite these challenges, let us acknowledge and let us respect every cultures that we will be visiting. Because as global travel becomes more accessible, there is an increasing demand for authentic and respectful cultural experiences. And we need to prioritize cultural sensitivity. The destinations can attract the tourists who are interested in the meaningful, responsible travel. Additionally, in promoting a cultural sensitivity, can create the relationship between the tourists and the local communities. In conclusion to this sensitivity cultures and responsible tourism, it is a vital component of responsible tourism. Let us promote respectful interactions between us, between the tourists and the local communities, and enhance the travel experiences. And for that, we need to always give the best respect for them. And third, we need to encourage sustainable practice. Education is essential in promoting sustainable tourism. By teaching the tourists about the importance of sustainability, the educational initiatives can encourage behaviors that minimize a negative commotions or environmental aspects or impacts. In this encouraging sustainable practices, we need to discuss and explore how the role of education in promoting sustainable tourism practices with examples here in Surabaya and Indonesia. Because in the Philippines, there are various programs. That aims to educate tourists about sustainable practice. For instance, the Zero Waste Tourism Initiative led by our local or the non-government organizations. And they provide and promote waste reduction and recycling among tourists, workshops, and additionally, they included the eco-friendly accommodations to tourists, tour operators that highlighting to encourage tourists to make a sustainable choices. And also in the Philippines, we have lots of programs in practical ways that minimizing the waste, such as using reusable containers, avoiding single-use plastics, and participating in the local recycling programs. In Indonesia, in Surabaya, they have also implemented the educational programs that promote sustainable tourism, that is the green tourism. Initiatedly, that focuses on the educating tourists about the importance of sustainability. So we have here the initiative that they promotes also in eco-friendly business. They also encourages the people, the tourists, the local communities to support the sustainable tourism providers. And in Surabaya, they have the so-called eco-friendly certifications. What is this? The eco-friendly certifications, they help and it guides the tourist toward a sustainable options. And in the Philippines, what I have told to all of you is the establishment to meet a certain environmental standards. And next, we have to empower. Yes, we need to empower local communities. Why we need to empower the people? Because the people are those who will be immersing, who will be joining the tour itself. Because education empowers local communities by providing them with the knowledge and skills needed to manage the tourism sustainability, and this ensures the tourism's benefits rather than harms the local environments and cultures. So in the Philippines, we have the word mabuhay. We say this as a welcome, as an expression to identify that we came from the Philippines. And in the Philippines, community-based tourism, or CBT, initiatives are a key example of how education can empower the local communities. The Department of Tourism of the Philippines supports various projects that provide training and resources. For example, in the province of Bohol, if you can visit it, that in the picture, the local communities have been trained to offer the eco tours and cultural experiences that showcase their cultural and natural heritage. And these initiatives of the Bohol province not only generate income for the communities, but also promote a preservation of their environment and culture. Similarly, in Surabaya, right? The educational programs, they empower the local communities through sustainable tourism. They have this called cities community-based tourism. This is an initiative that support and provides training and support local residents, enabling them to develop and manage tourism enterprises. For instance, the name, the Kampung Lawas Masbate. I know you are very familiar with that. The Kampung Lawas Masbate, there is an initiative that involves the residents to train the local residents to offer guided tours and cultural experiences in their neighborhood. And this initiative that they have not only provides the economic benefits to the community, but also they promotes a preservation of the local heritage and traditions. And next, we need also to promote ethical behavior. This is different from the cultural sensitivity. We need to promote also an ethical behavior. Why? Because here, this education encourages to engage them to activities to support local communities, avoid exploitation, and respect wildlife. In the tropical paradise of the Philippines, we have these educational campaigns emphasize the importance of ethical tourism. That is, we call the Visit Responsibly. The Visit Responsibly campaign, for example, we encourage the tourists to support the local businesses, to avoid activities that exploit animals, and respect the local customs. And this is an informational materials and workshops that provides more practical tips for ethical tourism, such as buying locally products, avoiding wildlife exploitation, and seeking permission before taking photos of people. Those are the things that we need to consider also to promote ethical behavior. And how about in Surabaya? In Indonesia, ethical tourism is also promoted through educational initiatives. Universities and colleges in Indonesia, they engage their education institutions, the academic institutions. And the cities, they call this respectful tourism campaign. And this respectful tourism campaign educates the tourists about ethical practices such as supporting the local artisans. And for this, we avoid and we will be avoiding the exploitative activities and respecting the norm. And the good thing here in respectful tourism, they provide workshops and seminars to the local community and culture while they are minimized to this. Last but not the least, guys, because education encourages a critical thinking. We enabling ourselves as a tourist to question and understand the broader implications of our travel choices by fostering the critical thinking, the educational initiatives, because this could help our have their actions and consider how they will contribute to the sustainable tourism. For example, the ecotourism workshops in Palawan. You've been there to Palawan. There are lots of places which is good. El Nido, Coron. There are lots of places in Palawan which identify a good ecotourism workshops about the importance of preserving the natural resources and the role of the tourism in the environmental conservation. And also in Surabaya, they promote critical thinking through educational initiatives because the cities, they have the so-called sustainable tourism dialogue. That's it, sustainable tourism dialogue. That is a series that involves interaction and the covered topics such as environmental impacts of tourism, importance of cultural preservation, and the role of tourism in the local economies. And by promoting this critical thinking in Surabaya, they foster a more responsible and informed tourism. So guys, before I end this, we know that the role of education is a powerful tool. Remember this, guys. Every one of us and
Hello, Dr. Sunny, are you lose your connection?
must not only for the community, not only for the tourists, but for our own selves as a tourist. We need to be cultural sensitive. We need to also encourage sustainable practice. And also, we need to empower our local communities in our barangays, in our cities, in our province, in our local community. And let us develop critical thinking through an educational initiatives that can significantly contribute to a more sustainable and responsible tourism industry. The examples that I have shared to all of you, the Surabaya in the Philippines, they highlight a diverse education. They highlight a diverse ways on how they protect, sustain tourism by means of educating the people through the role of education and ensuring both of them, both of our tourism industry, both the businesses sectors, the academic institutions, we both benefits both the environment and the communities that touches it. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, hopefully we understand and we have educate that the role of education in promoting responsible tourism is a good thing to know because all of us is a traveler. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening. God bless everyone. See you around.
Thank you so much about your interesting material, Dr. Sunny. So, for all students, maybe any question to Dr. Sunny? If you have any question, please click raise hand button or type in the chat box. Okay, Dr. Sony. So interesting material about the tourism, right? So I have one question, Dr. Sony. What is the unique strategies used in the Philippines to foster cultural sensitivity among tourists, and that are what is the differences between Philippines and Indonesia?
Again, pardon, because I have not heard your question again. Sorry.
Okay. I have one question about what is the unique strategies are used in the Philippines to foster cultural sensitivity among tourism that are different from those used in Indonesia.
Okay. For the Philippine setup, we have this Department of Tourism, which is in charge of telling the people to be cultural sensitive. We have different resources. There is allocated budget of the that we can inform, and so that they can inform the tourists and the people itself and the local communities, the cultures that they have, how the in dealing with the different cultures that the people or the tourists and the local communities has. And we have same strategies, but saying here is that strategies we must inform the tourists that they will visit the community, but the approach I means we have this heart, we have this so-called Philippines arts that we have, so that we can.
Hello, Dr. Sony. I think your connection is not good enough. Hello, Dr. Sony. I think you lose your connection.
Can you hear me clearly? Sorry,
Hello, Dr. Sony. I think you lose your connection.
yes, because the connection here in the community in Bali, because we are in
Yeah.
in the community in the local village. I am just trying to connect a good internet, but unfortunately,
Mm-hmm.
as what I am telling a while ago about my answer is that the approach is different, but the strategies we have the same. Example, the approach of the Filipino, we have this heart, that bayanihan. We are hospitable. We know every people that you will be encountering in the Philippines, even a child can speak English language. We respect the people also in the community, and the mayor or the in charge of the local community in our city or in our municipality are well interact and how will entertain and tourist spot in the Philippines. That's it.
Okay, so interesting. Dr. Sony, we have one question for student. Is Araceli. So the question is about one challenge to address, however, our language barrier, especially for indigenous communities willing to open for tourism, as we also need to educate these communities, so we also have to learn their language to educate them.
Yes,
So
I
maybe
agree
you can
to
share
yes.
your experience how to face these challenges.
Yes, I agree to Maria Araceli of SLU that it is too difficult, right? It is too difficult for us in our language barriers because in the Philippines, we have lots of dialects. And not all of the people there are well informed how to communicate with the tourists. But the thing that we have in the education, especially in the community immersion or the extension programs that we have this adopted barangays that we will be informing, and we will teach them how to speak English language, how they will talk and approach the people if they have the tourists, so that this indigenous communities will share their experiences and cultures to other tourists. Because you know what, Milati, that in the Philippines there are lots of cultures that we wanted to share, but unfortunately some of our indigenous people or communities in the countries has not yet properly addressed this cultural immersion, which I am preferring is the English language. But the government, especially the Department of Education and the higher education institutions of the Commission of the Philippines, is trying to address and immerse these people in indigenous community to be with the people in the land. That's it. So we are moving forward to campaign this language barriers and to cut this language barriers to the tourists and to the indigenous people. That's it.
Yeah, so challenging when we face with and communicate with indigenous communities, right? So, how about your experience when you come to Indonesia?
You know what? I've been there to your university last year,
Mm-hmm.
and we have immersed ourselves, especially to our students and the faculty staff. What I like in your university, the education academic institutions that you have, you adopted a community, which I forgot the name. The place is like a squatter area like that. Then you improve the community, you improve the lifestyle that they have, you give businesses to the people around, you educate the people. That's a very good thing that the Philippines also is doing that also. And one good thing in in Surabaya, it specifically in your university, is that you don't left the community left behind. You let the community immerse and engage with the extensions that we have, the community involvement and immersion that you have, so that these people will be educated and will be informed how tourism industry is blooming, how many tourists are very eager to learn and educate about what they can share to the people and to the world also. That's very good thing that I have experienced. That is Tigawarna, correct? Yes,
Mm-hmm.
that is Ujun Kidul side. That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Elia.
Okay, that's interesting, Dr. Sony, about your experience. And we move to another question from student. It's a question for Ihdina. Hello, Dr. Sony. I would like to ask about what are the challenges in integrating responsible tourism education into the formal education system, and how can we ensure the sustainability of responsible tourism education program?
If you will ask me, there are lots of problems and challenges. Definitely. It will not last, or it cannot resolve for a one statement or a specific address or solutions. There is a continuous and sustainable answers for a responsible tourism education. We need, of course, I think the Commission of Higher Education in the college need to integrate a responsible tourism education or a special topic that informs the people, not only this college students, but most especially the little ones, so that they can easily understand and to that the sustainable responsible tourism is needed so that we can propose or we can make a research for that so that a responsible tourism education will be finalized and to be included in the curriculum of example in specific subject topics in history or in college also. And by ensuring this sustainability of responsible tourism education programs, we all know in the Philippines, we have a curriculum constraints. We have launched the Matatag curriculum, and the formal education system often have a rigid curricula that leave a little room for the new subjects or topics. So we need to add a responsible tourism education that requires an adjustment. Second, it is very challenging because of when we implement the curriculum, we need to be responsible tourism education that teaches and gives a teaching materials. Example, the field trip opportunities to our students, especially those in the underfunded areas. They have this lack of financial resources. We have the limited teacher training. And last is the resistance to change, because not all the people, sorry for the sounds, because they are now dancing the ballinist dance outside. Sorry. Okay, so that there is some sounds that you might heard. Okay, then for this it is very challenging, and we need to make a research and to offer a good curriculum to the people so that they can understand and they can assess also and evaluate how this effective and responsible tourism education can be challenging. The traditional assessment methods may not adequately capture all the knowledge and attitudes and behaviors, but we need to develop appropriate assessment tools and evaluation frameworks that is necessary but can be a complex things. But we need to ensure the sustainable responsible tourism by through the initiation of the education programs, integrating it to the curriculum. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your answer, Dr. Sani. So it's very challenging, but I can feel you are so happy when you do that. Okay, any question for the student to Dr. Sani? Any question? Okay, to Dr. Sani, thank you for the interesting material. And then to all students, I have conclusion about our material and our discussion session. Educational is pivotal in promoting responsible tourism by equipping tourists and local community with essential knowledge and skill for sustainable practices. It raises awareness about the impact of tourists and local environment and community, as seen in environmental conservation program in the Philippines and Surabaya. Finally, education develop critical thinking, stimulating reflection on the social and environmental impact of tourism interactive programs. So education significantly enhance responsible tourism by fostering awareness, cultural sensibility, community empowerment, ethical behavior, and critical thinking. Thank you so much for the time, and thank you for the sharing session for Dr. Sony. I also want to thanks to all participants for your thoughtful question, and we look forward to seeing you in our upcoming session. So see you next time and enjoy the summer course program. The session will be back to Mr. Siley as Master of Ceremony. Good afternoon, everyone. See you later.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Sony for the awesome presentation and Ms. Melati for guidance this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finished the second session today and we will continue the third session at 2 p.m. Indonesia time. Once again, we will start the third session at 2 p.m. Indonesia time. So please come back on time on the screen and enjoy your break time.
Welcome to Universitas Negeri Malang, UM.
Located in 3 different places, UM provides a comfortable environment for teaching and learning. The main and second campus are located in Malang, surrounded by educational facilities, places for recreation, sports, and business. The third campus is located in the same area as the Shrine of Soekarno, Indonesia's first president, in Blitar, East Java. Established on October 18, 1954, UM was born with the name University of Teacher Education, or PTPG. In 1957, it became the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, or FKIP. Then, in 1963, it became the Teacher Training and Education Institute, or IKIP. Finally, in 1999, it transformed into Universitas Negeri Malang, which is known to this day. Since its establishment until now, UM has established itself as one of the 12 educational higher education institutions and is included in the 15 best campuses in Indonesia. One of the visions and missions UM is to become a leading university and an authoritative center of excellence in the fields of science, technology, and education. UM develops a flexible, adaptable curriculum taught by teachers who guide students and provide skills for the future workforce. To become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, creators of better communities, and bring education to life. UM educates students across 9 faculties. UM also conducts special programs such as postgraduate program and teacher professional program. UM has been granted an unggulan or excellent by the National Accreditation Agency of Universities, or 1PT. Furthermore, there are 4 study programs that have been assessed internationally by AUNQA. And more study programs are accredited by ASIIN and ACAS International Accreditation. As one of the reference universities and a center of learning innovation, UM continues to develop knowledge and scientific research by providing quality education and training. UM has also produced many research products that have the right patent, published internationally, and ready to be commercialized. In line with our new tagline, Excellence in Learning Innovation, UM is the house for top science and technology center in higher education in DLI, or Disruptive Learning Innovation. Disruptive Learning Innovation Center develops innovation in smart learning, with research focused on digital transformation on education ecosystem, either in higher education, school, or community, to improve the quality of education service in Indonesia. Many invention and implementation of products resulted from DLI research are expected to support continuous, innovative learning activities. To support the activities of UM residents in carrying out their daily duties on campus, UM provides unique and interesting learning environment through great and comfortable facilities to facilitate both academic and non-academic activities. UM has also made collaborations with many partners in the form of work training in education, research, and community service. Growing rapidly in this millennial era, UM has the vision to be a higher level institution and a reference university in the field of learning and education. UM has always been ready to dedicate itself to be the best university by producing the best human resource. UM, the only one. UM, excellence in learning innovation.
When I met you in the summer. So get in the car, you can ride it wherever you want. Get inside it, and you wanna steer, but I'm shifting gears. I'll take it from here. Oh yeah, yeah. Take me by the tongue and I know you. Kiss me till you're drunk and I'll show you all the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves. Jagger. I don't need to try to control you. Look into my eyes and I'll own you with them moves like Jagger. I've got them moves like Jagger. I've got them moves like Jagger.
You wanna know how to make me smile? Take control on me just for the night. Well, if I share my secret, you're gonna have to keep it. Nobody else can see this. So watch and learn. I won't show you twice. And it's all, baby, run it right. But if I share my secret, you're gonna have to keep it. Nobody else can see this.
And it goes like this. Take me by the tongue and I know you. Kiss me till you're drunk and I'll show you all the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger. I don't need to try to control you. Look into my eyes and I'll own you with the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger. I've got the moves like Jagger.
It's a video.
It's a video?
Yes.
You know it's not the same as it was. Sometimes all I think about is you. Late nights in the middle of June. Heat waves been faking me out. Can't make you happier now. You would not believe your eyes. 10 million fireflies lit up the world as I fell asleep. And if I can't be close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life. I miss you more than life. I'm in a field of dandelions, wishing on everyone that you'll be mine. Mine. And ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. Don't stay away for too long, don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head, get you up and going. If the world was ending, you come over, right? You come over and you stay the night. Would you love me for the hell of it? All our fears would be irrelevant. Cold, cold heart, I've done by you.
feel like drifting away.
the mountainous region of East Java. Where Majapahit once stood, largest ancient kingdom, changing and opening slowly over hundreds of years. A historical city on the move. A celebration of remarkable heritage, grandeur of the past. Wondrous ancient architecture and the outstanding universal values behind. Where art absorbs the audience into colorful drama. Still, the exotic mesmerizes. Extraordinary feasts exhilarate. And bring us back to the land of the ancient mountains. A myriad of outdoor adventures. In exceptional panoramic nature. Exciting variety. This is a land of historical significance, where the old days are celebrated. Local cuisine is cherished. Beyond the city, preparing for a thrilling ride on the vast sea of sand in Bromo, East Java. Wonderful Indonesia.
Fakultas Ilmu Sosial Universitas Negeri Malang. Fakultas dengan prodi-prodi yang terakreditasi unggul alias peringkat akreditasi tertinggi, menjadikan Fakultas Ilmu Sosial UM terjamin kualitas program studinya, baik dari segi akademik maupun non-akademiknya. Fasilitasnya terjamin, serta kualitas lulusannya tidak diragukan dan berdaya saing sesuai dengan kebutuhan di dunia kerja.
Sesuai dengan visi kami ya, untuk mengembangkan menjadi fakultas yang unggul dan rujukan di bidang tridharma perguruan tinggi dalam bidang ilmu-ilmu sosial tentu ya. Nah, ini tentu menyangkut beberapa disiplin yang masuk di dalam rumpun ilmu sosial.
Fakultas Ilmu Sosial UM memiliki 12 program studi S1, S2, dan S3, mulai dari Prodi Departemen Hukum dan Kewarganegaraan, Departemen Geografi, Sejarah, IPS, Ilmu Komunikasi, dan Sosiologi. Dan sebentar lagi, di tahun ini, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial UM akan membuka 2 prodi baru, yakni S1 Hukum dan S1 Pariwisata. Bukan hanya sekadar Fakultas Ilmu Sosial, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial UM memiliki karakteristik pengembangan ilmu sosial berbasis iptek. Sehingga dalam hal pengembangan ilmu selalu dikaitkan dengan perkembangan teknologi. Selain itu, semua prodinya juga mengembangkan kearifan lokal sebagai upaya membentuk jati diri bangsa.
Yang buat saya senang belajar di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial itu karena fakultasnya fakultas yang unggul dan juga memiliki sarana prasarana yang lengkap, di mana ada dosen-dosen yang sangat berkualitas dan mahasiswanya yang sangat aktif. Hal itu juga yang mendukung adanya peluang-peluang terkait dengan penelitian, pengabdian, dan juga peluang kerja setelah kita lulus nantinya.
Di sini itu sangat mendukung di bidang akademik maupun non-akademik, karena Divi sendiri itu meskipun dia itu rata-rata dari program studi yang kebanyakan akademik, jadi di sini tuh juga mewadahi dari adik-adik yang mempunyai bakat di bidang non-akademik gitu. Jadi jangan takut kalau semisal adik-adik punya bakat di bidang non-akademik, di sini juga bakal diwadahi.
Fakultas Ilmu Sosial UM juga terus menjalin kerjasama dengan perguruan tinggi di luar negeri, mulai dari Amerika, Australia, Belanda, Malaysia, dan masih banyak lagi melalui program akademis bersama, konsorsium, student mobility, dan lain-lain. Membuat fakultas yang berdiri pada tahun 2009 ini terus menyesuaikan diri dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi terkini global. Terlebih, pihak fakultas senantiasa aktif mendorong dan mendukung pengembangan profesional dan akademik para dosennya.
Oke, adik-adikku, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial memiliki banyak sekali jurusan dari mulai hukum dan kewarganegaraan yang membuka prodi hukum, dan kemudian ada ilmu komunikasi, geografi, sejarah, dan juga sosiologi, serta pendidikan IPS, serta pariwisata. Oleh karena itu, banyak sekali peluang untuk menjadi generasi hebat dengan bergabung di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial. Mari join bersama kami menjadi manusia terdidik dan juga generasi emas untuk bangsa Indonesia.
Bergabunglah dengan kami dan jadilah agen perubahan yang berdampak. Peace, Sains.
Kita bisa bekerja sama ya, untuk bersama-sama bagaimana menghasilkan warga masyarakat yang berkepribadian dan juga berkualitas dan tentu mampu menjawab tantangan atau kebutuhan yang diinginkan masa.
Vis, Sai, Vis,
Sai,
Fakultas Ilmu Sosial,
Viva, Viva, Sosiale.
Welcome to Universitas Negeri Malang, UM.
Located in 3 different places, UM provides a comfortable environment for teaching and learning. The main and second campus are located in Malang, surrounded by adequate educational facilities, places for recreation, sports, and business. The third campus is located in the same area as the Shrine of Soekarno, Indonesia's first president, in Blitar, East Java. Established on October 18, 1954, UM was born with the name University of Teacher Education, or PTPG. In 1957, it became the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, or FKIP. Then, in 1963, it became the Teacher Training and Education Institute, or IKIP. Finally, in 1999, it transformed into Universitas Negeri Malang, which is known to this day. Since its establishment until now, UM has established itself as one of the 12 educational higher education institutions and is included in the 15 best campuses in Indonesia. One of the visions and missions UM is to become a leading university and an authoritative center of excellence in the fields of science, technology, and education. UM develops a flexible, adaptable curriculum taught by teachers who guide students and provide skills for the future workforce. To become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, creators of better communities, and bring education to life. educates students across 9 faculties. also conducts special programs such as postgraduate program and teacher professional program. has been granted an unggulan or excellent by the National Accreditation Agency of Universities or 1PT. Furthermore, there are 4 study programs that have been assessed internationally by AUNQA. And more study programs are accredited by ASIIN and ACAS International Accreditation. As one of the reference universities and a center of learning innovation, continues to develop knowledge and scientific research by providing quality education and training. has also produced many research products that have the right pattern, published internationally, and ready to be commercialized. In line with our new tagline, Excellence in Learning Innovation, is the house for top science and technology center in higher education in DLI or Disruptive Learning Innovation. Disruptive Learning Innovation Center develops innovation in smart learning with research focused on digital transformation on education ecosystem, either in higher education, school, or community to improve the quality of education service in Indonesia. Many invention and implementation of products resulted from DLI research are expected to support continuous innovative learning activities. To support the activities of residents in carrying out their daily duties on campus, provides unique and interesting learning environment through great and comfortable facilities to facilitate both academic and non-academic activities. has also made collaborations with many partners in the form of work training in education, research, and community service. Growing rapidly in this millennial era, has the vision to be a higher level institution and a reference university in the field of learning and education. has always been ready to dedicate itself to be the best university by producing the best human resource. the only one. Excellence in Learning Innovation.
The mountainous region of East Java, where Majapahit once stood, largest ancient kingdom, changing and opening slowly over hundreds of years. A historical city on the move. A celebration of remarkable heritage, grandeur of the past, wondrous ancient architecture, and the outstanding universal values behind, where art absorbs the audience into colorful drama. Still, the exotic mesmerizes. Extraordinary feasts exhilarate. and bring us back to the land of the ancient mountains. A myriad of outdoor adventures. In exceptional panoramic nature. Exciting variety. This is a land of historical significance, where the old days are celebrated. Local cuisine is cherished. Beyond the city, preparing for a thrilling ride on the vast sea of sand in Bromo, East Java. Wonderful Indonesia.
Welcome to Universitas Negeri Malang, UM.
Located in 3 different places, UM provides a comfortable environment for teaching and learning. The main and second campus are located in Malang, surrounded by educational facilities, places for recreation, sports, and business. The third campus is located in the same area as the Shrine of Soekarno, Indonesia's first president, in Blitar, East Java. Established on October 18, 1954, UM was born with the name University of Teacher Education, or PTPG. In 1957, it became the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, or FKIP. Then, in 1963, it became the Teacher Training and Education Institute, or IKIP. Finally, in 1999, it transformed into Universitas Negeri Malang, which is known to this day. Since its establishment until now, UM has established itself as one of the 12 educational higher education institutions and is included in the 15 best campuses in Indonesia. One of the visions and missions UM is to become a leading university and an authoritative center of excellence in the fields of science, technology, and education. UM develops a flexible, adaptable curriculum taught by teachers who guide students and provide skills for the future workforce. To become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, creators of better communities, and bring education to life. UM educates students across 9 faculties. UM also conducts special programs such as postgraduate program and teacher professional program. UM has been granted an unggulan or excellent by the National Accreditation Agency of Universities, or BANPT. Furthermore, there are 4 study programs that have been assessed internationally by AUNQA. And more study programs are accredited by ASIIN and ACAS International Accreditation. As one of the reference universities and a center of learning innovation, continues to develop knowledge and scientific research by providing quality education and training. has also produced many research products that have the right pattern, published internationally, and ready to be commercialized. In line with our new tagline, Excellence in Learning Innovation, is the house for top science and technology center in higher education in DLI, or Disruptive Learning Innovation. Disruptive Learning Innovation Center develops innovation in smart learning, with research focused on digital transformation on education ecosystem, either in higher education, school, or community, to improve the quality of education service in Indonesia. Many invention and implementation of products resulted from DLI research are expected to support continuous, innovative learning activities. To support the activities of residents in carrying out their daily duties on campus, provides unique and interesting learning environment through great and comfortable facilities to facilitate both academic and non-academic activities. has also made collaborations with many partners in the form of work training in education, research, and community service. Growing rapidly in this millennial era, has the vision to be a higher level institution and a reference university in the field of learning and education. has always been ready to dedicate itself to be the best university by producing the best human resource. The only one. Excellence in Learning Innovation.
We explore to inspire. To convey dynamic movements. To craft a beautiful symphony. To paint vibrant colors and to create a heavenly comfort food. Awaken your taste buds with purest delight. Get ready to activate your 5 senses. Listen keenly as sound speaks loudest in silence. Trust your eyes. Discover your color palette. Immerse in the beauty of dance and feel the touch. Now, let the fun begin. Let nature be your stage. Sip a tropical paradise. turn the simplest instrument into the greatest sounds. Each color harmonized seamlessly. Every taste is an homage to the past. Its tone weaves a symphony. And every movement, a poetic stanza. Inhale deeply, as every odyssey finds solace in tranquil rests. In tranquility's embrace, weave the threads of your plan. Countless destinations await your discovery. Within your choosing, the world is yours to embrace entirely. Let it be a majestic stage. A heavenly music studio. A historical kitchen. And a lively gallery. Let's explore to inspire.
Welcome to Universitas Negeri Malang, UM.
Located in 3 different places, UM provides a comfortable environment for teaching and learning. The main and second campus are located in Malang, surrounded by educational facilities, places for recreation, sports, and business. The third campus is located in the same area as the Shrine of Soekarno, Indonesia's first president, in Blitar, East Java. Established on October 18, 1954, UM was born with the name University of Teacher Education, or PTPG. In 1957, it became the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, or FKIP. Then, in 1963, it became the Teacher Training and Education Institute, or IKIP. Finally, in 1999, it transformed into Universitas Negeri Malang, which is known to this day. Since its establishment until now, UM has established itself as one of the 12 educational higher education institutions and is included in the 15 best campuses in Indonesia. One of the visions and missions UM is to become a leading university and an authoritative center of excellence in the fields of science, technology, and education. Develops a flexible, adaptable curriculum taught by teachers who guide students and provide skills for the future workforce. To become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, creators of better communities, and bring education to life. Educates students across 9 faculties. Also conducts special programs such as postgraduate program and teacher professional program. Has been granted an unggulan or excellent by the National Accreditation Agency of Universities or 1PT. Furthermore, there are 4 study programs that have been assessed internationally by AUNQA. And more study programs are accredited by ASIIN and ACAS International Accreditation. As one of the reference universities and a center of learning innovation, continues to develop knowledge and scientific research by providing quality education and training. Has also produced many research products that have the right pattern, published internationally, and ready to be commercialized. In line with our new tagline, Excellence in Learning Innovation, is the house for top science and technology center in higher education in DLI, or Disruptive Learning Innovation. Disruptive Learning Innovation Center develops innovation in smart learning, with research focused on digital transformation on education ecosystem, either in higher education, school, or community, to improve the quality of education service in Indonesia. Many invention and implementation of products resulted from DLI research are expected to support continuous, innovative learning activities. To support the activities of residents in carrying out their daily duties on campus, provides unique and interesting learning environment through great and comfortable facilities to facilitate both academic and non-academic activities. has also made collaborations with many partners in the form of work training in education, research, and community service. Growing rapidly in this millennial era, has the vision to be a higher level institution and a reference university in the field of learning and education. has always been ready to dedicate itself to be the best university by producing the best human resource. The only one. Excellence in learning innovation.
The mountainous region of East Java, where Majapahit once stood, largest ancient kingdom, changing and opening slowly over hundreds of years. A historical city on the move. A celebration of remarkable heritage, grandeur of the past, wondrous ancient architecture, and the outstanding universal values behind. Where art absorbs the audience into colorful drama. Still, the exotic mesmerizes. Extraordinary feasts exhilarate. And bring us back to the land of the ancient mountains. A myriad of outdoor adventures. In exceptional panoramic nature. Exciting variety. This is a land of historical significance, where the old days are celebrated. Local cuisine is cherished. Beyond the city, preparing for a thrilling ride on the vast sea of sand in Bromo, East Java. Wonderful Indonesia.
Welcome to Universitas Negeri Malang, UM.
Located in 3 different places, UM provides a comfortable environment for teaching and learning. The main and second campus are located in Malang, surrounded by educational facilities, places for recreation, sports, and business. The third campus is located in the same area as the Shrine of Soekarno, Indonesia's first president, in Blitar, East Java. Established on October 18, 1954, UM was born with the name University of Teacher Education, or PTPG. In 1957, it became the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, or FKIP. Then, in 1963, it became the Teacher Training and Education Institute, or IKIP. Finally, in 1999, it transformed into Universitas Negeri Malang, which is known to this day. Since its establishment until now, UM has established itself as one of the 12 educational higher education institutions and is included in the 15 best campuses in Indonesia. One of the visions and missions UM is to become a leading university and an authoritative center of excellence in the fields of science, technology, and education. UM develops a flexible, adaptable curriculum, taught by teachers who guide students and provide skills for the future workforce. To become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, creators of better communities, and bring education to life. educates students across 9 faculties. also conducts special programs such as postgraduate program and teacher professional program. has been granted an unggulan or excellent by the National Accreditation Agency of Universities or 1PT. Furthermore, there are 4 study programs that have been assessed internationally by AUNQA. And more study programs are accredited by ASIIN and ACAS International Accreditation. As one of the reference universities and a center of learning innovation, continues to develop knowledge and scientific research by providing quality education and training. has also produced many research products that have the right pattern, published internationally, and ready to be commercialized. In line with our new tagline, Excellence in Learning Innovation, is the house for top science and technology center in higher education in DLI, or Disruptive Learning Innovation. Disruptive Learning Innovation Center develops innovation in smart learning, with research focused on digital transformation on education ecosystem, either in higher education, school, or community, to improve the quality of education service in Indonesia. Many invention and implementation of products resulted from DLI research are expected to support continuous, innovative learning activities. To support the activities of residents in carrying out their daily duties on campus, provides unique and interesting learning environment through great and comfortable facilities to facilitate both academic and non-academic activities. has also made collaborations with many partners in the form of work training in education, research, and community service. Growing rapidly in this millennial era, has the vision to be a higher level institution and a reference university in the field of learning and education. has always been ready to dedicate itself to be the best university by producing the best human resource. The only one. Excellence in Learning Innovation.
Fakultas Ilmu Sosial Universitas Negeri Malang. Fakultas dengan prodi-prodi yang terakreditasi unggul alias peringkat akreditasi tertinggi, menjadikan Fakultas Ilmu Sosial terjamin kualitas program studinya, baik dari segi akademik maupun non-akademiknya. Fasilitasnya terjamin, serta kualitas lulusannya tidak diragukan dan berdaya saing sesuai dengan kebutuhan di dunia kerja.
Sesuai dengan visi kami ya, untuk mengembangkan menjadi fakultas yang unggul dan rujukan di bidang tridharma perguruan tinggi dalam bidang ilmu-ilmu sosial tentu ya. Nah, ini tentu menyangkut beberapa disiplin yang masuk di dalam rumpun ilmu sosial.
Fakultas Ilmu Sosial memiliki 12 program studi S1, S2, dan S3, mulai dari Prodi Departemen Hukum dan Kewarganegaraan, Departemen Geografi, Sejarah, IPS, Ilmu Komunikasi, dan Sosiologi. Dan sebentar lagi, di tahun ini, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial akan membuka 2 prodi baru, yakni S1 Hukum dan S1 Pariwisata. hanya sekadar Fakultas Ilmu Sosial. Fakultas Ilmu Sosial UM memiliki karakteristik pengembangan ilmu sosial berbasis iptek, sehingga dalam hal pengembangan ilmu selalu dikaitkan dengan perkembangan teknologi. Selain itu, semua prodinya juga mengembangkan kearifan lokal sebagai upaya membentuk jati diri bangsa.
Yang buat saya senang belajar di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial itu karena fakultasnya fakultas yang unggul dan juga memiliki sarana prasarana yang lengkap, di mana ada dosen-dosen yang sangat berkualitas dan mahasiswanya yang sangat aktif. Hal itu juga yang mendukung adanya peluang-peluang terkait dengan penelitian, pengabdian, dan juga peluang kerja setelah kita lulus nantinya.
Di sini itu sangat mendukung di bidang akademik maupun non-akademik, karena Divi sendiri itu meskipun dia itu rata-rata dari program studi yang kebanyakan akademik, jadi di sini tuh juga mewadahi dari adik-adik yang mempunyai bakat di bidang non-akademik gitu. Jadi jangan takut kalau semisal adik-adik punya bakat di bidang non-akademik, di sini juga bakal diwadahi.
Fakultas Ilmu Sosial UM juga terus menjalin kerjasama dengan perguruan tinggi di luar negeri, mulai dari Amerika, Australia, Belanda, Malaysia, dan masih banyak lagi melalui program akademis bersama, konsorsium, student mobility, dan lain-lain. Membuat fakultas yang berdiri pada tahun 2009 ini terus menyesuaikan diri dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi terkini global. Terlebih, pihak fakultas senantiasa aktif mendorong dan mendukung pengembangan profesional dan akademik para dosennya.
Oke, adik-adikku, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial memiliki banyak sekali jurusan dari mulai hukum dan kewarganegaraan yang membuka prodi hukum, dan kemudian ada ilmu komunikasi, geografi, sejarah, dan juga sosiologi, serta pendidikan IPS, serta pariwisata. Oleh karena itu, banyak sekali peluang untuk menjadi generasi hebat dengan bergabung di Fakultas Ilmu Sosial. Mari join bersama kami menjadi manusia terdidik dan juga generasi emas untuk bangsa Indonesia.
Bergabunglah dengan kami dan jadilah agen perubahan yang berdampak. Peace, Sains.
Kita bisa bekerja sama ya, untuk bersama-sama bagaimana menghasilkan warga, masyarakat yang berkepribadian dan juga berkualitas dan tentu mampu menjawab tantangan atau kebutuhan-kebutuhan yang diinginkan pasar.
FIS, Sains, FIS,
Sains,
Fakultas Ilmu Sosial,
Viva, Viva, Sosiale.
The mountainous region of East Java. Where Majapahit once stood. Largest ancient kingdom. Changing and opening slowly over hundreds of years. A historical city on the move. A celebration of remarkable heritage, grandeur of the past, wondrous ancient architecture, and the outstanding universal values behind, where art absorbs the audience into colorful drama. Still, the exotic mesmerizes. Extraordinary feasts exhilarate. And bring us back to the land of the ancient mountains. a myriad of outdoor adventures. In exceptional panoramic nature. Exciting variety. This is a land of historical significance, where the old days are celebrated. Local cuisine is cherished. Beyond the city, preparing for a thrilling ride on the vast sea of sand in Bromo, East Java. Wonderful Indonesia.
Good afternoon. What about that break time? I think it is enough to restore enthusiasm for participating in this program. We will continue our agenda for this day, so I hope you already on the screen and still curious about this session. I apologize to all participants because we will for waiting for the speaker to join our Zoom because Dr. Francesca try fix the problem on her laptop. So I hope you still on the screen to wait for Dr. Francesca.
Welcome to Universitas Negeri Malang, UM.
Located in 3 different places, UM provides a comfortable environment for teaching and learning. The main and second campus are located in Malang, surrounded by educational facilities, places for recreation, sports, and business. The third campus is located in the same area as the Shrine of Soekarno, Indonesia's first president, in Blitar, East Java. Established on October 18, 1954, was born with the name University of Teacher Education, or PTPG. In 1957, it became the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, or FKIP. Then, in 1963, it became the Teacher Training and Education Institute, or IKIP. Finally, in 1999, it transformed into Universitas Negeri Malang, which is known to this day. Since its establishment until now, has established itself as one of the 12 educational higher education institutions and is included in the 15 best campuses in Indonesia. One of the visions and missions is to become a leading university and an authoritative center of excellence in the fields of science, technology, and education. Develops a flexible, adaptable curriculum taught by teachers who guide students and provide skills for the future workforce. To become active lifelong learners, independent problem solvers, creators of better communities, and bring education to life. Educates students across 9 faculties. Also conducts special programs such as postgraduate program and teacher professional program. Has been great.
Hi. Okay, all participants, we will continue our agenda for this day. For the third session, we have a great speaker and a great moderator too. We have Mr. Luhung Ahmad Perguna as a moderator for this session. Mr. Luhung, are you ready for this session?
Yes, okay. I'm ready today.
Hello, Mr. Luhung.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Can you hear me, Mr. Luhung?
Yeah, I can hear you. You cannot hear me?
Your voice not.
Okay.
We can hear your voice.
Okay. How about my voice?
I think your headset have a problem too. Oh.
Hello?
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, Mr. Luhung, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, Miss Ellie.
Okay. So, Mr. Luhung, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Miss Ellie, for the Master of Ceremony today. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome again to the 5th International Summer Course. How about your break? Hope you are not feel sleepy and still strong in this last session for today. Okay, before we start, let me introduce myself. My name is Luhung Ahmad Pergruna. You can call me Luhung. It's quite let's say hard for European people to say Luhung because this is very rare name. Okay, and I'm truly honored to serve as the moderator for this exceptional event. As we know, since Monday until now, until Wednesday, we have learned and gained many things from expertise, from practitioners who are experts in their field. For today, we have gathered to share knowledge and experience and also innovative ideas. Gain news insight from in the morning from Dr. Umar Hayat, if I'm not wrong, and from Dr. Sony Soriano for this Wednesday. We still have an exciting schedule ahead. So with various sessions, of course, led by experts in their field. I hope don't get tired, okay? Don't get tired. Keep up the spirit for this international summer course. I'm confident that each session will be provide new insight and inspiration for all of us. Okay. Before we start with the next speaker, can you give me like emoticon about your feeling today, please? Please give me emoticon from your laptop about your feeling today, please. so I can know about your feeling today. How many person in this? 43 person, 43 participant. Okay, thank you who have already give some emoticon to me. Yeah, for those who are happy, may that happiness spread to the others. Okay, for those who are sad or feeling, yeah, feeling tired, may God soon replace your sadness and fatigue with happiness. Amen. Okay, this last session for today, we have a special guest who came from Romania, Dr. Francesca Hanna. Is it right? Yeah, Dr. Francesca. Are you?
Hi, hello.
Hello, Dr. Francesca. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, Dr. Francesca is a university teaching assistant at the University of Oradea, Romania. She also served as an administrator and architect within SC Atelier Fra and worked as an architect. Additionally, she is a member of the Territorial Council of Romanian Order of Architects, be her branch. Also, she is a doctoral alumnus of the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca, Romania. So the time difference between Indonesia and Romania is about 5 hours. So in Romania now it's about 10 EM. In Indonesia is 2 EM right now. So without further ado, let's start this event in this afternoon with enthusiasm from Dr. Francesca. She will talk about the citadel of Oradea. Oradea is a small city in Romania, architecture, town planning, urban development, and a challenge for today tourism. For Dr. Francesca, screen is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here. I will try to share my screen. Let's hope it works. I had some technical issues before.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Fingers crossed. Let's see. I switched to laptops in order to be here with how share.
Okay.
How do I hope.
Maybe.
I'm not sure. Let's see. Maybe here. I'm not sure how this works. I'm using a Mac right now, and I'm not used to this. I hope.
Now, okay.
Okay.
Maybe from the committee already shared about the presentation.
Yeah. The only problem is that I have some secrets noted down.
Okay.
And somehow. Just 1 second. I'm sorry, but I hope this place. Not sure how do I do this. Let me see. Maybe I can do something magic thing like this. I do this. Like this. I didn't plan this to
That's
happen.
okay. That's okay. We with you. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay. Let's see like this. Okay, I will try to have my own open here and in the same time the one from the committee.
So the committee close this screen, or you will share your screen, or?
No.
Oh,
I
no.
think we can use this yours.
Yes.
And
okay.
I will use mine for my notes.
Okay.
So I will begin. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience, first of all. I'm very happy to be here with you, connected to everyone. Maybe some of you were here last year. I'm not sure. Maybe I will spoil some surprises for someone. I hope not. I'm very happy to present you my city, the city of Oradea, the municipality, in which I most of the time live. And can you hear me? Yeah, okay. And in the city I work in, I teach at the Faculty of Architecture and have my own practice, as you said before. But also I work with the Romanian Order of Architects. That's an organization, a professional one. We try to convince the society that architecture represents, first of all, an act of culture, of public interest, with urbanistic, economic, touristic, social, and ecological implications. And also today I'm gonna tell you about Oradea's desire to become a smart city, a sustainable city, starting from the premises that Oradea is a garden city. It was voted, I think, in 2016, the most green city of the country of Romania. And in the end of the presentation, I would like to present to you two main challenges for today's tourism in this city, in this settlement: the citadel of Oradea, and a small part about the Universitarian campus, which is a jewel of our place. Can we keep the next one? Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so for the ones that don't know about Oradea, it's located in the western part of Romania, center of Europe, but I must say that it's exactly on the border with Hungary. So due to its strategic geographical position, it has a very different history from all the cities in Europe. First of all, it was called Oradea and the big city of Oradea. Nowadays, the administration tries to call it Oradea Smart City, but I think it's nothing compared to what Asian smart cities look like. It's very, very different. I'm going to share something I always tell to my students. Like any contemporary city in full development, Oradea also faces, in an accelerated manner, some problems generated by globalization and technological development, because we are concerned about our actions signed to sustainability. The sustainable society, I tell to them, is meant to meet the needs and the present, the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. Of course, we have to share, to keep in mind that our future is shared with the one of the entire planet. Today's time and the resources are shared with tomorrow's time and resources. And we must not forget that we live in an ecosystem and we build some ecosystems. So it is clear that we are linked to Mother Nature, as I like to say, that we are all interconnected, and this fact makes us responsible for everything that life around us means today and tomorrow. As an introduction to sustainability and built environment. Of course, it is very important for us to be aware that we must, in our actions, be partners with the nature, built in the principles of sustainability. Thank you so much. Here I put some principles of sustainability and what areas of sustainable development are affected. The specialists have identified four scientifically based pillars: climate, waste, water, and nature. And that translates in the fields of economy, ecology, politics, and culture. So we have to have this sustainable development in mind. And I invite you to get to know the city, after which I will present the two main challenges. Moving forward with the next slide. Please, yeah, thank you. So I must confess that I'm not good with numbers, and sometimes I mix numbers, and I'm not good with the dates and history, but I tried to make a very small introduction in the history of Romania to point some important dates. Of course, and I will not repeat them after what I wrote here, but I can say that Oradea is a modern city, a blooming one, but which has a very, very valuable historical foundation generated by exceptional culture and artistic components as heritage values. I have also another confession. My PhD thesis is based on industrial heritage, actually, in Oradea, something that people in Romania don't value as much as they should. So I'm trying to make a change in the world, in our country. But for you today, I only put a small stuff of that kind of information in here, not to be bored by it, but to get to know the city and its development. So the foundation stone was laid 1,000 years ago. So Oradea is a millennial city, developed around a very prestigious nucleus, namely the citadel founded in 11th century by King Lad, received in the middle of 17th century an imperial presence when the court of Vienna, Austria, sent its chief architect to draw the most important Baroque complex in the part of Eastern Empire. But the largest and most coherent wave of economic change and cultural progress reached around 1900s. Most of the city center was built in historical city center was built in 1900s, when Oradea received a new architectural appearance worthy of a, let's say, European center. So from my thesis, I wanted to give you this small graphic about the development and let's say, connection between economy and urbanization, economy and architecture, and when it gets to our days. First of all, it was the craft guilds, of course, and then can you move to the next slide, please? Now it's gonna be a little bit difficult for who is managing the slides, but let's hope for the best.
Next slide, please. Okay.
Okay, so first the guilds. Next slide. Okay, it was the mechanization, the introduction of motorization, and then the appearance of first factories, which were very interesting. That it was about alcohol. The industry of alcohol was the first that appeared in Oradea. It's interesting because all the, let's say, vices are, excuse me, stop there. Thank you. Just the one before here. Thank you. All the vices were in this area. I mean, the alcohol industry, the cigarettes industry in Cluj, a city close to us. First factories. So when these factories came to life, they needed banks. So they made some banks. And people from the villages started to come to the cities. Also, for the people, you needed housing. So they started to urbanize intensively. So nowadays, those days, the citadel became very overwhelmed. So the city grew outskirts a lot. And then in the communist period, some factories were established. It was actually, sorry, I just, somewhere I put the information to express it more nice. So yeah, there was a phenomenon of population migration to the city, but afterwards there were the two world wars that happened, and in the period of communism, for us it was 1944, 1989, the trinomial industrialization, demographic growth, and urbanization happened. The same, factories, urbanization, migration of population to the city. So new neighborhoods appeared in line with the development of industrial units. You can see in the right corner, there was that architecture, communist architecture in or socialist architecture in Romania. A lot of the city has this kind of heritage nowadays. But a historical center of the city is mainly urbanized with the pictures that you see in the middle of the slide. And it has this look of a fairy tale, let's say. But I will go there further. We can move to the next slide. Okay. So more dates for you to read, but I will go very quick on them because I want to bring you to nowadays, to the present. So in the recent years, if let's say rehabilitation, a program of modernization and renovation. Currently, the authorities' interest is directed in particular to mobility. What I wrote here, express roads, underground and overpasses, bridges over the water that we have that is crossing the city, the river. Bypass belts, so everything about flowing and mobility, making it better. Then renewing the tram trail or tram train, which I honestly don't support that much because I always say that if you build a city for cars, you will have cars. But if you build a city for humans, you will have humans. But this is the strategy nowadays. They also think about sanitation, waste selection and recycling, which was a pretty big problem in Oradea in 2000 or 2005. But the new administration put a lot of thought into it and action, and it was voted one of the most clean cities in Romania nowadays. And it's actually true. We can feel it as we live in it. They also are attentive to modernization and infrastructure of the campus, the Universitarian campus, which is a big deal in our city because all the life comes from there. Let me see what I wrote here. Of course, building new housing blocks for people to come here. A lot of people come from other cities to work here. Fortunately, Oradea, it's not very expensive. Of course, it's how do I say this? It's the salary is not very big actually, but the quality of life is very big. It's very appealing, and you don't have to spend much here. So a lot of big cities like Cluj or Timișoara, let's say, send their people here. So we need accommodation. And they also put their actions and thought into Oradea's historical center ensemble for restoring the facades, restoring the fortress even, and rehabilitation of parks and establishment of parks in Oradea. The thing is that they want to make a story for the city, an identity for tourism strategies. But first of all, they try to fix stuff for people to have a raised quality of life here. I am gonna show some pictures here about the city center to understand where the identity comes from. The next slide, please. Especially for the ones that did not see my presentation from last year. I had some movies there, but now I am gonna share some beautiful pictures with the city of Oradea. Can you please? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. the idea of the city, thank you. The idea of the city administration is to make this settlement as a symbol of Art Nouveau architecture. It is actually it has given this title of architectural city of secession and Art Nouveau heritage, which is very important because it's linked to a touristic, let's say, chain or network, actually, a touristic network in Europe with the prestigious cities that have this kind of heritage. So people from all around the world, especially Europe, come to see these buildings, these secession and Art Nouveau decorations. Let me see what I wrote here for you. Yeah, it's all these decorations are found. Can you move the slide, please? Are found in the city center, the historical one, where I'm not sure. This is the citadel, but the next one. I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you. They are found in this kind of on this kind of buildings, which were in fact most of all housing for the people from 1900s when they came in and established the factories and started to work in them. And at the ground floor, they have all the commercial functions. So you can walk around Oradea in the city center and you can feel like you're in a fairy tale. You can feel like all the buildings are made of, let's say, gingerbread. So the administration is counting on this to bring people, and they are having like a marketing strategy about it. I will talk about it later. Can we move to the next slide, please? Let's see. Thank you. So this is a historical picture of what you can see in the right. The right picture is the interior of Black Eagle Passage, which was the first mall, I'm not sure, I think in the country, like shopping mall in 1900s. And it had even a theater, even some restaurants and shops, and at the upper floors, people were living there. But this is the symbol of the city. And you can see brochures. And if you look for Oradea on the internet, you will for sure see these pictures. And the next one. In the next one, we can see all decorations that are like a game on the facades of this passage, of this Black Eagle Passage. Oh, I must say that the eagle that you can see in the right, it's the symbol of our city. We have it on the city hall. We have it everywhere where we can make some marketing about it. And the next slide, please. So you can see the interior again with the Black Eagle of Oradea. It really looks like a gingerbread building. Thank you. It was restored recently, and I have to confess something about it. I'm not sure, and I'm intrigued why this happened. When I was in college, a lot of nightlife happened here. Actually, the nightlife of Oradea happened in this passage, and it was open non-stop, like 24 hours from a day. Since maybe the pandemic, I'm not sure, and the lockdowns, everybody shuts their business at maybe 10 o'clock or 12 o'clock in the night. It has to be silence after 10 o'clock. So the nightlife in Oradea is a little bit down nowadays. And also people are not coming as much as they did to visit this building. I'm not sure why. Maybe they didn't put attractive functions in it. I'm not sure. It's a lot. It's filled with a lot of cafes and restaurants, but it looks like an enclosed structure. Okay, so we can go to the next slides. This one from the city center. It's like a museum in a let's say real life dimension of architecture. My office is close to this building, and the next one, the next slide. Imagine how inspired we are. And the next slide, please. How inspired we are from the heritage of the past of Oradea. This one is actually our neighbor, our office neighbor, and is another symbol of Oradea. People come here to take pictures for Instagram, let's say, with this building. It is the symbol of feminism in Art Nouveau, and is the first one which was rehabilitated, renovated in the inside also. Okay, let's see the inside on the next slide. Yeah, an oasis of blue and vegetal decorations. Brings you to a fairy tale moment also. And we're gonna finish with the city center and go to the campus in the next slide. Because I was telling you that the campus, the Universitarian campus, is an important feature of our city. Is like the heart of our city, actually. It's very green. Unfortunately, it's not in the city center of Oradea. Oh, just can we keep it on the other slide, please? The one before. Oh, not sure what happened. I think we crossed into the, yeah, thank you. So it's the heart of the city, I was saying, because it gives the effervency, the life, and the new students that come here. And the only problem, and this is the challenge, as I was saying at the beginning, is that it's not located very close. It is geographically close to the city center, but we have a lot of obstacles to get here. And we are working today on a strategy to close the main road that cuts a part of the or cuts in half the Universitarian campus. So this is on our list. We want to make it like a pedestrian way in order to have this nucleus undivided. Here we have an interesting thing. An interesting heritage of Secession architecture or Art Nouveau, let's say. We have 12 buildings which are a monument, a historical monument, an architectural one, Class A, which are protected. And this, I think, if I don't mistake, in Europe, this never happened before, to have all these buildings from the same style and the same actual author, the same architect, Josef Vago, in the same place. It's like a complex, a beautiful one, which was actually made for housing, actually, a campus for a military school. And today we use it as a campus for students, and where we have classes and also accommodation. The next slide will show the part that is the accommodation one, the new projects that are in work today. Thank you. We are still working on strategies to bring people here to have events with the students in order to open up, thank you, the campus for the community, the whole community of Oradea. The thing is that this campus is close to the our museum, our town museum, and they have a lot of events. They try to bring people there, and we work together with them with this kind of events. We have our summer schools here, architecture summer schools, in order to make this oasis, green oasis, well known in the country and outside of the country. We try. Okay, the next slide. The next slide is about the interiors and the heritage of Secession architecture. Yeah. So I made like a collage of pictures to get a view of what you can see there as decorations. This slide. This slide is let's make again. Let's go again to the last slide with the interiors. Yeah, I noted here that some of the how can I say, some of the information that you need to know about this campus, about the author, that it was built in 1912. The complex was built by the city administration. And the architect is Joseph Vago. I tried to make it short. I'm looking for information. Today's time fully confirms that emblematic architect, the campus of the University of Oradea, is still going on, is still renewing, and it has an intelligent architecture that we can use even with different functions. It actually, this project worked Joseph Vago together with his brother Laszlo. These authors, these architects are a symbol of the city. They made also the first Art Nouveau rehabilitation building, which is a museum in Oradea, which is, I think, the first Art Nouveau museum in Romania. Casa Darvaș is called. I talked about it last year. Okay, so now we can move on to the next slide. Thank you so much for the patience. This image is generic. It is the image of the future. The future will look like. Of course, we're not there yet, let's say. And it will never look like this, the city center of Oradea, because nowadays it's protected, and a lot of commissions work for actually conserve it, preserve it as it is, not to introduce too smart features in it. But this is what they seem to understand. They seem to understand the sustainable and smart connected city. It's we use it usually as a joke, let's say, at our courses, but not a constructive one, of course. The next slide, please. Let's go back. I'm going to take you back to the fortress of Oradea. I'm going to get to the end of my presentation. But I have to say that this fortress intrigues me a lot. It's the nucleus of the city. I put this map of Oradea for you to understand that this was, with the red, was the nucleus, where this is how small it was, the city, in 1500s, let's say. And it grew from it, around it. Back in the days, all the important activity used to happen here. But let's move to the next slide. But the fortress itself is a monument of actually military architecture. We have to understand it. It's a symbol of defense, actually, not only the symbol of our city or our settlement. So it speaks of a protected area. Nowadays, we feel that it's protected because we have laws who protect this monument. But actually, what I'm trying to say is that all this architecture is meant to keep you away, to keep people away from the thick and high walls. So I think it's very hard even today to bring people here. But the community is trying to make a lot of events and festivals in order to give life to this settlement, which is the greatest monument that we have in our city. But there is an organization, we can move to the next slide, that is dealing with this challenge. It's called Oradea Destination Management Organization, or for short, Visit Oradea. This organization not only protects and manages the area, but they make touristic strategies for bringing people to this place. It's a public-private partnership that started in 2015 between the local authority in Oradea and the most important stakeholders in tourism sector from Oradea. And we have a settlement called Baile Felix, which is close to Oradea. It's like the Felix baths, we can translate. We have a lot of geothermal baths there and geothermal water. And this settlement works together with Oradea. So on the next slide, I'm gonna read you, because every word is important, their mission. So their mission, the main purpose of this organization is to design and implement the tourism development policy for the destination research and development of destinations, marketing strategy, and the creation of local tourist products to be put on sale, the development of services for visitors, organizing events, and developing the events agenda in order to increase awareness on the destination, especially when we're talking about the fortress. And also the development of events meant to revitalize areas with tourism potential in Oradea, establishing strategic partnerships at local, national, and international levels. Another important responsibility in the development of the city brand is the development of the city brand, along with applying and ensuring the correctness of all distinctive marketing attributes in all promotional material, in events organized, in key partnerships developed. So everything goes through this organization. If you want to show off a brand for the city in order to make materials for marketing or tourism, you have to have their approval, and they don't just give you approval, they help you with managing this stuff and designing this stuff. So they're dealing with the city in Oradea. I'm gonna go forward and try to give you a look inside of the fortress. The next slide, please. So I'm gonna give you like a presentation. Imagine that you are on foot and try to enter this citadel. This is the West Gate that dates from 1573. We have to say that the fortress has a pentagonal shape with 5 bastions, which are actually built. They were built in different times. They added to this fortress, and a lot of architects and constructors from Italy worked here to build this. The next slide, please. We will picture the other entrance, the eastern entrance, which wasn't kept so well. But this one is close to a lake and the ditch. So the bridge, the ditch, and the counter escarpment from this let's say settlement or fortress serve today as a green space, and you can walk into a beautiful park which was established in the ditch of the fortress. let's say, take walks at the sunset when the golden hour happens. The next slide, please. I'm gonna take you in the main part of the fortress, where is like a plaza, and in the summer they organize here a lot of events like Oktoberfest, not summer and autumn here. Thank you. They organize a lot of cultural events, a lot of fests like Oktoberfest, beer fests, concerts with a lot of local bands and international bands. They try to bring people here. And also they have like a summer theater festival. But the most important ones, let's go further to the next slide to see some green. Next one, please. Okay, I was telling you about the park and the theater, summer theater organized here. And probably I must say that here in these buildings, the official Serbian, I think, Serbian. No, the official Slovak consulate is functioning, activating. A lot of co-working places to be rented. Two restaurants, expensive ones, but qualitative ones, are activating here. Some organizations which protect the fortress, and they are trying to get small children here and make them aware of the heritage they have in the city. And a church is there. Also, our faculty has a place there. I'm not sure, a hall for events there. And also the Order of Architects. A museum is there, of course, with a lot of relics. We can go to the next slide to see inside of the museum a little bit. Just a small glimpse of the interior. Here it is. And next slide with a hall where some people can get married. You can see in the next one. Yeah, it's a very, very old hall. And as I was saying, the events about the events that they organize here, this organization, maybe most of the most important one and the most visible one is the medieval festival, which this year had the second I don't know how to say, activation, let's say. Can we move to the next slide? So people from all around the world come here to get to see these mock fights and mock workshops. The next slide, please, which happen in the ditch of the city center, the ditch of the fortress. It's full of events like this, going back to medieval times. The next slides, please. And the next one. They organize there a lot of workshops that teach young people how things were made, how clothes were made back in the days. The next one. We have the iron making on the next one. And the next one with the ladies that make clothes. And I must say that this is a very, very important event for the city. It starts in the heart of the city, at the city hall, and a lot of actors are involved, and they try to make noise and try to attract people at the beginning. And all the pedestrians come together, walking to the fortress, and then the festival begins. It lasts, I think, 3 days. And it ends with a big fight, which you can attend, but not attend as a fighter, just as a watcher, a viewer. And it brings a lot of local companies that provide, for example, food, local beers, local drinks, and local craftsmen, which sell their products. So involves a lot of communities which are satellites of Oradea, actually. So it's not just for the city, but for the whole zone, the whole county. And almost the last slide, the next one. I put no, not the last one, but the next one. This one I put an image to see how people get around sometimes to see films. It's a picture from a summer film festival, but film events happen outside of the festival timeline also. The ditch is a success. How they use it, how we use it. And the next slide, which is gonna be almost the last one. The next one. It's with the fortress from high above, when events happen and concerts and maybe the days of our city. And everything gets a new light. People come there with crowds, and you can see how it looks from above. And the last slide is for me to thank you for your attention and for your patience. I'm sorry for the problems before, but I learned how to use a new computer today for this. And I'm happy to be here with you. Of course, if you have questions for me, I hope I can answer them.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Francisca, for your interesting presentation, very interesting presentation about what you said about the small city of Oradea moving to a smart and green city. I think this is very interesting. I'm interested especially about the graphic and the photos that already present with Dr. Francisca from the old history and then industrial revolution 1.0 and then 4.0. It's very nice. Beautiful city, Aitaf. So there is a hashtag, yeah. We are visit Oradea. Please, for those who want to take a master or doctoral there, I see there are scholarship from the Romanian government for a master and doctoral degree. Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, in fact, the campus, the University of Oradea, I think, I'm sure actually, that is the most connected university in the country. It's weird that it's not Bucharest, for example, but it has a lot of international relationships with the schools from all around the world and programs that we can find for anyone.
Yeah. This is, I think, this very interesting, what we said, chance for actually for participant today. So, is there any question for Dr. Francisca? Maybe want to know more deeply about the architect, or maybe about something, city or tourism in Romania or in Oradea. Is there? If not, actually, I'm curious about the buildings, like a black eagle and the woman there. Is there any? Maybe you can give us some history about why always like a animal here, black eagle, and then female. This is what I want to ask you about gender mainstreaming, because for like when we talk about gender, what I mean is Indonesia, for example, in my country, there is a place called Taman Sari. Taman Sari. Taman Sari is the place for taking a bath for women. This is the old but the king who has access for see the woman to take a bath there. For not a king cannot access there. This is what I mean that about gender mainstreaming. Why there is a female and black eagle, and the other one is about the pattern of the building. When you go to Indonesia, the home is like there is a terrace and then like a private for a private room, and then kitchen. Kitchen is always in a back. But in the American style, kitchen is same maybe in the after the close the door for the room, if I'm not mistaken. So when the kitchen is back or in the behind of the room and the house, it means that the woman is also in the back, not in the front of their life, their position. Is there any gender mainstreaming in architect in Europe or especially in Romania or Oradea?
Thank you. First, the first question. This architecture that I presented is full of symbolism and symbolistic patterns, let's say. Especially the eagle was a symbol, but it was a symbol of strength and power of the people of 19th century and economic power. But also the female decorations or the feministic decorations and the plants. They have a lot of plant symbolism, and yeah, the flowers and the female symbolistic is all about Art Nouveau current and movement in architecture. It comes from Vienna, Austria. It's like a heritage from that part of the Europe. It shows a bit of sensitivity, like the people from 1900s were also sensitive to other people. And I know for sure that some plants on the building, some decorations show the prosperity symbol, like a woman's womb or a decoration with a flower that shows prosperity and growth. Also, sometimes we can find honeycombs or bees or house of bees, which symbolize economic power and banks. Where usually when you see this kind of symbols, you can say that this building belonged to a bank back in the days. This is what I know about the symbols. But also the most important thing is that the architectural style involves geometric symbols and vegetal. About the second
gender mainstreaming.
Yeah, maybe it used to be such thing, but I'm not sure. Maybe I can give you an example of the old city center and then tell you how it is nowadays. In the old city center, I actually have a beautiful work there on a building, a project. We discovered that the kitchen was in the back also, but it was separated, almost completely separated of the living part, of the housing part. And it also had linked to it servant room and servant bath. So that is the thing, that they had servants, because people who were living in the city center were absolutely rich people, especially who were living on the upper floors. But this happened in 19th century. Nowadays, if you go to a rural part of Romania or a rural part of close to Oradea, you can find the old architecture which has the, let's say, summer or main kitchen separated totally from the main building where they live, because of the smell, because of the hygiene. Also implies that the woman stays there more, but I don't think it's I think it's a functional thing that if they put it there, it's not to separate genders or you know what I mean. It's a functional thing. Also, if you go to the let's say new house in Oradea, you will usually find the American model, because people try to have something new in their lives, and they want to be connected. We usually invite our friends for dinner and we cook together with them. We have a glass of wine while the woman cooks, but she's together with everyone else, or the man cooks, as in my family, we do it together. So a lot of changes happened, of course, and influenced the architecture, for sure, for sure. Thank you. I hope I responded. I gave you a good response.
Yeah. As you said before, that when you go to Saudi or Arabia, you cannot find about the symbol of woman or symbol of female, because this is what they say like a haram. But in Europe, especially in Central Europe or in Romania, we can see female. This is the symbol of prosperity and what you said before. This is the difference, I think, between European style, maybe like an Asian style, or maybe yeah, American style. So because there is, of course, and there is influence between American style, American come to European style. Yeah. Okay.
Unfortunately, I must
Yeah.
just add this. Unfortunately, all the symbols today, nowadays in new architecture are lost. They don't use them anymore,
Why?
unfortunately. So that's why
Why?
we try to protect them. I'm not sure, but
Okay.
I can say that in our regulations and in our urbanistic regulations, they have like forbidden thing. They cannot do architecture of the past. You only, even if you're building in the city center, you have to come with something new, even if it's in contrast with the past. So they tried to ditch all this symbolistic. I think it's bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it's quite same in here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Many a new house, it's like the pattern of American style, American model. They're not Indonesian model or Japanese style. Maybe because the place is only 100 meter, or yeah, it's not too big, so they try to make between kitchen and living room together. Okay. Is there any question from other participant? Please raise your hand, and you can share or talk with Dr. Francisca. I think it's quite interesting about architect related to social history and also geographical aspect, I think. Yeah, because there's a style, different style between Europe, let's say Arabic, and Indonesia and Asia for all. Hello, is there anyone who want to ask to Dr. Francisca? I think this is a good opportunity to you. Romania is 5 hours from here, you know? The different time, what I mean. Yeah.
Almost 7
Oh,
minutes
almost 7.
from
Okay,
home.
almost 7. Wow. So
And
this is 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. What
Here
time?
is 11. 11
Oh,
right
11,
now.
11, okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Rudolph,
Yeah, Miss Elia.
may
Time is
I
yours.
ask
Yeah,
some?
yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Hello, Francesca. Okay, thank you for this opportunity. Francesca, can you tell to us if I visit your country and I see the cinema building, there I have two different enter door in the what is it, in front of this cinema is only for Romanian, and then the back or the opposite is for, I forgot, what is it?
I'm not sure what you're referring to the citadel with the western entrance and the
They have to enter, isn't it, in
Yeah.
your cinema building? And
yeah.
yeah, in front of the area is using for your I mean Romanian people, and then the opposite side is using for other, what is it, other
ethnicity.
Yeah.
But I
Maybe
didn't know about this.
oh, sorry. Okay.
No, it's good. It's good.
It's my curiosity. How can they, even you have different ethnies, but how can you can still preserve this building? Because I think different ethnies auto correlate with the different politic issue, and then maybe different interest to maybe to still preserve about your culture like this.
Yeah, I think it's very hard for the administration to make these bridges between communities and ethnicities. But at a legal point or at a official level, but in fact, the people are getting along really nice. All these communities that we have in Oradea. I'm not sure what happens if someone visits the city. But here they try to not make them as one, but to keep them their identity, to how do you say, to nourish their identity, because we are, I think, four main ethnicity living in this main, let's say, in this city, with different culture, different background, and they get along pretty good. And for example, they are how do you say, they are using, for example, the fortress, not in the same time, but one day for an ethnicity and the other day for the other one. And they try to make use of the same space in different timetables, even in the city, in the whole city. But I'm not sure what happens when someone from the outside, let's say, different ethnicities and international people come here, and how they try to, how the administration try to preserve what we have here. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Elia.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Elia, for your question. Yeah, it seems from your gimmick with Miss Elia and Dr. Francesca already know each other. Is it right?
Yeah, I have to thank Elia for this opportunity. I'm very happy to be here with you. And
I think the
I'm
same.
I miss Elia.
Yeah. Mr. Hung,
Yeah.
Miss Marcela, Dr. Francesca, sorry, Dr. Francesca, she is a good guide for me, as they try to show all of fortress area,
Yeah.
and then they told all the story about the
Wow.
what is it, medieval festival, who take a lot of story behind, and they still try to conserve until today.
In Romania.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe it is
Okay.
a big difference between Romania and us, because I feel so what is it, so interest, because in the colossal event, children are very interested to join and really attract with the festival. Maybe it's like something different with us, because children especially, or maybe youth, they are didn't interest anymore about culture, about something heritage or something like that. Is it right?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It's quite nice. I feel jealous, yeah,
I feel jealous for sure.
about the history of Romania and the history of Oradea. Just but for a short time, I will also take a study in
In
Central Europe.
Hungary.
So hoping to be able to communicate with Dr. Francesca more intensely.
Thank you. I hope you liked it. And yeah. And
Okay.
you are welcome to Oradea.
I hope. Hopefully, I can go there. Hopefully, inshallah. Okay. There is a question from the chat, from Jensel Mora. Good afternoon. What does your country encourage challenge in promoting its cultural heritage? I want to visit it someday because of the architecture. Wow.
Can you repeat it? I didn't hear it. Sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon, Dr. Francis. Does your country encounter challenge in promoting its cultural heritage? There is a challenge, of course, in your preservation, in promoting its cultural heritage.
Yeah, thank you so much. We had actually very much difficulties in promoting us on a European level. The Ministry of Tourism back in, I think, 2000s was just at the beginning of promoting themselves and didn't put very much funds like capital in this. But then a strange thing happened from what I know. I'm not specialized in tourism, but from what I know, people and then attract other people from other countries. And then the ministry reacted to this and actually got their data from people from all around the country. And they put more funds in it, in promoting us. And they go to like not festivals, but conferences about tourism in Europe. And we have a word, turg. I'm not sure how to translate that. It's like a festival where you present yourself, like a biennale or World Fest of Tourism or something like that European Union organizes, and they do a pretty good job there. They try to show off with all the food and all the clothes and cultural traditions, and try to give you like a glimpse on what we have here. But also, it's interesting how people react to old cultural heritage. I also told Elia about it, Miss Elia, that people here, musicians, try to introduce old music, old heritage into new one, and DJs start to mix new with old. Also, designers put their heritage into new clothes. Architects also take some vernacular elements from rural part and bring them to the city and try to do like a mix, architectural mix, and also the food. The food industry tries to take you back to in time somehow. So everybody is working to preserve and also to market, to do the marketing for tourism for this country. And I think since we had that lockdown and pandemic, people are trying to do this more and more.
Mas
I'm
baik.
not sure what
Rektornya
changed.
siapa jenenge? Konstantin.
Yeah. That's it. I hope I gave you a good answer.
Yeah, so for your answer about the authority and also cities try to make a balances between modern infrastructure and with the preservation. Yeah, it's
Maybe that's why the younger people are attracted because
Mhm.
it's not too old because they have the
Mm.
new, but
The
they
new modern.
have
Mhm.
the heritage there.
With the traditional style. Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Denzel Moral, for your question. Is there any question? If not, I think because it is already the time. Thank you very much. Can you give emote, especially for like a love or maybe something like that? Please share your emoticon in your screen. Yeah, thank you very much, Miss Elia. Yeah, and other participant who give emoticon for this session. Thank you very much, Dr. Francesca, for
Thank you so
your
much.
chance and all good opportunity and your share about preservation cultural in Oradea city, from moving from the small city to the urban to the green and smart city. Thank you very much, and time I back
For
to
having me.
yeah, to Master of Ceremony, Miss Sally Septiana Pratiwi.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Francesca for inspired presentation and Mr. Luhung for guidance this session. This is the end of the agenda for today. For tomorrow, I reminder all participants can attend on time on the screen. Tomorrow we will start at 9:45 in Indonesia times. Once again, for tomorrow we will start at 9:45 in Indonesia times. So participants from other country, please adjust the local country time. For the last, I say see you tomorrow.
See ya, Dr. Francesca.